Really good. And could we have one with the trophy just on the edge, and then we can actually get the handshake of the players?
Sure. How's that?
Lovely. Yeah, and then an actual handshake, players' handshake. Lovely, all good for you?
Yeah, you're the expert.
Well,
Yeah, but
anything else?
not that I can think of. I'll get one with the 2 eyes
Yeah.
for posterity.
Do you want to line up with the ball? Yeah. Lovely. Okay, this way then, ready? Super.
Thank you.
Thank you. All good? Yeah.
But then I'll put this back over here then, just so to ease proceedings in. If you want to have your warm-up shots, have them now, please, and then so we'll be able to begin. And just be careful, anybody sitting in the velvet seats there, just be careful of not banging into the cameras there, please.
Look at that.
And may I ask everybody to put phones to silent, please. Phones to silent, thank you. Just be careful that you don't bang into the camera behind you there on the corner, please. Okay? There are some seats in the back as well. Oh, we hit. Yes, sorry. Yeah, get sound to yep. Just get sound to change Dave to yellow.
That's you do that with your finger on the main one. Just here, look.
Okay, that should be there. So Dave on the back, on the yellow, Dhruv.
I don't know if these are fun.
Well done, Kevin. Thank you. Shoot up for you, Dave. You'll change now.
You will get something done up there.
Kevin, would you just tell Sam I'm ready to go, please?
Wait. Okay. Okay, look good. I can hear you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, here at Landywood Snooker Club. We have come to the final of the 2025 WBL Long Up World Championships. A huge thank you to Mr. Paul Lloyd and all his magnificent staff who've made us welcome here. First of all, for the English Open, which happened over Saturday and Sunday. And for the last 4 days, we've been here playing the World Championships in arguably the finest playing conditions that you could have anywhere in the world. We are so grateful. So a round of applause, please, for Mr. Paul Lloyd and his wonderful team. Thank you, Paul. We have had players from Ireland, from England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Austria, the Netherlands, India, France, Australia, all battling it out to see who will lift this magnificent trophy here. And a big thanks to World Snooker, who have had it completely refurbished, and we will offer opportunities to get your picture taken later on with the oldest sports trophy in existence. And we are humbled and honoured that it is pertaining to the wonderful, beautiful game of billiards, of which we are all so proud to be a part. And that's the prize on offer. Also very grateful that we've been able to increase the prize money this year and we hope to keep doing that in the years to come, because these wonderful cueists that you see who've perfected the art of what they do over many, many years, and they would rival any of the people on the snooker tour. They are magnificent players of the game of cue sports, and it is a note of sadness to me that we can't pay them what I think they are worth, and hopefully in the future we will be able to do that. But the great game is going to be played to the very highest possible standards over this final, which will be a 5-hour final, which we will break into 2 sessions of 2.5 hours. I'd like to introduce to you, first of all, our officials, and a big, big, big thank you to all of our officials who've travelled from many parts of the world to be here with us and making such a difference, because all these great players, what they want to do is concentrate on the craft that they have honed over many years, and to be able to relax in the knowledge that they don't have to worry about scores, balls, times, anything like that. So first of all, a gentleman who's going to do his wonderful recording of each and every shot of this final. I've said it before for the English Open, if you get a chance, have a look at the document that he produces with the most beautiful shorthand. So on a 1 page of A4, a 5-hour match will appear. Every single shot, every score, every miss, every foul, every whatever, it will all be there. From Ireland, Mr. Brendan Devlin. In keeping with our international flavour of world billiards, our marker has come all the way from Korea. That's Eunjung Park. And making his debut as a world final referee, something he's been working at for the last number of years since he enthusiastically embraced refereeing. And he's been at every tournament that we've had, and he's never opened his mouth saying, please, please, please me. He has just simply let his work be his accreditation. So we're honoured and delighted that, ladies and gentlemen, please make him welcome for his first world final, Stephen Harrison. And so to our finalists, a man who yesterday celebrated his 53rd birthday, a man who is always smiling, has a lovely demeanour about him, enjoys his vegetarian food, has travelled the world wherever he can to be with us at a WBL event, a 3 times national champion of India, a Asian champion, and he's the current Indian champion. He won the New Zealand Open last year, and this is his 3rd final of a World Championships. In 2010, he met the brilliant Mike Russell and lost to Mike. And his old adversary here in 2016 in Leeds, Dave managed to catch him 8-6 in that particular job. So this is his 3rd World Final. He is a brilliant cueist. He's a lovely gentleman. Please welcome Dhruv Sitwala. And his opponent, who has played staggering billiards all week, a high break of 599, is currently the high break for this particular championship. The defending champion, hoping to make his 5th long-up championship, and I think his 14th total of championships of the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, the brilliant Mr. David Causier. And thank you to Sam Jones of TYP Live if you're watching us on our YouTube channel, and all of these matches will be available to look back on as well. Please enjoy a 5-hour final to decide who will lift this fantastic trophy. The first session is 2.5 hours, and Steve, I will allow you to get proceedings underway with your clock whenever you see fit. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. That is a great intro to what should be a great day of billiards. Yes, it is that day, the big day, annually in the 3-ball game. It is the World Billiards Championship final. England against India. And if the quality of the billiards on show here today is as exciting as the England-India cricket test series we had this summer, well, I think we're in for a treat. I'm certainly in for a treat because I'm joined in commentary to start things off today by Jason Colebrook, who's the Managing Director of World Billiards. And Jason, before we start, I must congratulate you on what's been another wonderful event.
Thanks, Phil. It's great to be here. It's great to see you here again this year. 3 years in a row, I think.
It is my third year, yeah. Obviously, David Causier, surprisingly to many people, lost in that first final I commentated on. But he captured the title last year, and with all due respect to Dhruv Sitwala, I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't know, Causier will be, again, a red-hot favourite to prevail today.
He absolutely is a red-hot favourite. And he has a habit of putting in a big break early. Very regularly in these things, he's knocking in a 300 or 400 very early, and really he can make it a one-sided affair quite quickly. Dhruv played fantastically in the semi-final against Darren Clark. So hoping he made a 299, another 200, several other breaks. Dave's very first shot in the English Open, which is the warm-up event for this, he made 299. Very first shot of the week.
16.
Well, he's a serial winner, and I think he understands the importance of getting off to a good start, not just numerically, but also psychologically, putting his opponent
18.
under immediate pressure.
Exactly. That first year you mentioned, 2023, was extraordinary. In the 5-hour final, Dave only made 150 break, and he's normally a machine at making breaks. Both players said the balls just ran a little bit difficult that year. It may have been raining outside. Sometimes that affects the way the balls run.
24.
Yeah, no rain in the forecast at all today. This week has been a little gloomy at times, but very little precipitation.
I've been here 7 days and I haven't seen the sun. Not even a glimpse.
26.
Not just a prolific scorer, but also a very quick scorer.
He's very quick, yeah. He makes decisions very quickly, plays very quickly. When he gets the balls down near the top, he has one very short feather and then hits it. He's not sort of, looking at the shot, walking in, feather, 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 like a lot of players. That's not quite what he wanted. He'd like to go in off the white to leave a drop cannon, but he may screw in off the red instead. I think it's a little bit wide, the other one. He doesn't seem to have a weakness in his game at all.
Yeah, the final 2 years ago, I think, it was one of those instances where purely by timing coincidence, he had one of his worst ever matches.
Yep.
On one of the most important occasions.
Yeah. This is, we're playing on a star table, star gold table. We're playing on strawn 10 cloth. This is the same cloth that the snooker professionals play on. This is a great club, the Landywood Snooker Club. We say it over and over again, but it's a great club. Not just the playing conditions, but we always lost the white. But the hospitality and the way we're looked after, the preparations for the tournament.
So he got points for knocking in his opponent's white, but of course that's not what he wanted to do. Essentially it was the death knell for the break.
And that's the respect they show each other at this level. At the lower level, a player might have played to score a few points off the red there, but at this level you put that red into, as soon as you've lost the other guy's ball, you put the red into balk as quickly as you can. You don't take any chance of missing and leaving both balls out of balk.
Miss. Dave Causier 2.
So we just saw the referee there, Steve Harrison, call miss. 2 points given away as a result. Of course, it was a fully intentional miss. But now,
But that's
Causier
right.
is back.
Yeah, in billiards, if both the other balls are in baulk, you're allowed to play a miss. Used to be called a safety miss. You're allowed to just roll your ball onto the cushion out of baulk. Or you can play it onto a cushion out of baulk, spin to go back into baulk. Would have liked this to be slightly easier enough, but it's not too bad. A little bit of check side.
Now look at this, we're only 7 minutes in, and already Causier is building a useful early lead.
15.
We've had great global representation this week. The players, it's the first time I think we've had a player from the Netherlands, and we've had a couple of players from Belgium, which has been fantastic. Unfortunately, no New Zealanders this week. This clashes with their national championship. But really, I think 10 countries and great international representation with the referees as well. We get a couple from Ireland. We've had, for the first time, we've had Rocky Chan from Hong Kong here refereeing. Billiards is not big in Hong Kong, but Rocky's an experienced billiards referee through the Southeast Asian Games, I think. And 4 referees from Korea, which is fantastic.
Yes, and one of those, Joe Park, is actually our marker for the final.
The other female referee from South Korea is a very accomplished violinist, and she did a solo for us in Ireland this year.
Well, I was going to say she's got more than one string to her bow, but that might be a little too early. This is very good indeed. Causier laying down the law immediately.
36.
So this is his first time really at the top of the table this session, and this is where if you're his opponent, you don't know if you're going to be sitting there for 50 points or 500 points. One of the big differences in this game compared to snooker is that
42.
at least in snooker, every frame ends in 15 or 20 minutes, you get another go. But you can sit out for a very long time in billiards without it getting a shot. Wasn't quite what he wanted. He wanted a little better angle on the red. Doesn't matter that that's dropped, he's still on the half ball line.
49.
Half century, and you would assume, given it's Causier, given where they are, there's plenty more to come.
Popping that down for the drop cannon.
5.
He usually gets such good results from his drop cannons.
57.
He's played that a little wide with a bit of running side just to bring that wide across near the spot area, near the billiard spot, or what the snooker players would call the black spot.
Obviously, Jason, it comes down to experience, but even so, the swiftness with which he computes the shots, that's so impressive.
It is. He very rarely stops to think. There was one shot in the, I can't remember which match it was, that he took nearly a minute to think of what to play, and it's the first time I've ever seen him do that.
65.
Very quick player.
68.
There's a range of statistics to underline just how dominant he's been here this week. And we'll go through those as the match progresses.
But that's not quite what he wanted there. A little slower than he wanted, so he'll probably play a short Jenny. You want to bring that white sort of into the middle of the table.
Yeah, knowledgeable audience realising that that's in-off, especially into those tight middle pockets, was most certainly not a given.
Another drop cannon set up. There's quite a big difference with the short Jenny playing it onto the start table pockets to the larger pockets. The Wyrleys and Shenders and even the Rassons. Those middle pockets are just that bit more generous.
80. Ball climb warning at 80.
So now in the next 19 points, he's got to get his cue ball to cross the balk line from out of balk, or outside as we look at it, into balk. And he's not in ideal position to do it. These guys are so good at manufacturing something. And this is what he's done. He's going to leave a pot red in the middle and play his cue ball through balk, I think.
Approaching what would be his 30th century or greater of the championship.
17 players have made 100 breaks in this tournament, which is very good. And we're missing 3 or 4 of the top Indians. So we could have had more.
Balk line crossed.
This is a little bit tricky. It's quite wide. Nice shot.
93.
You have to be perfect on that shot because of the arc of the cue ball. It's going against the wide opening of the pocket. You're coming into the pocket from a very narrow angle. One of the big surprises of this tournament so far, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying it, is Peter Gilchrist. He's lost in the last 16 in both tournaments. In the English Open to Wayne Doyle from Ireland, and in this tournament to Robert Marshall, the former professional snooker player. And Peter's usually in the final or very worst the semi.
Wanted the red ball to avoid the white, and it did so. And so now we're getting close to that first milestone.
It's been very good at this tournament to see the 2 younger guys by billiard standards from Ireland, or one from Ireland, one from Northern Ireland, Wayne Doyle and Christian Kirk. They've both played very well for this tournament, made lots of breaks, big breaks, beaten highly ranked players. We've seen them several times at the match play in Ireland, but this is the first time I think we've seen Andy Wood. Both very good players. He made that look easy, didn't he?
I was going to say that was a very good pot indeed.
Yeah, with the rest, he just made it look easy.
Yeah, you were mentioning Christian Kirk. He actually beat Dhruv Sitwala in the group stage, 463 to 269. So that's why Sitwala had to play an extra match in the knockout phase. came in the last 32, where David Causier was seeded through to the last 16.
Yeah, Christian's a very good player. And Wayne too, and they're both good match players as well, not just good billiards players, but, you know, both good under pressure.
Well, for all of his struggles 2 years ago, and I think it's fair to say he wasn't exactly on top form in last year's final, even though he won it.
No,
Played
true,
very nicely.
Yep, true, yep.
This is an absolutely electric start. This is the real David Causier. This is the man who monopolises titles.
And this is what you don't want when you play him. You don't want to be, you know, 200, 300, 400 behind right at the start.
126.
I believe he practices 4 hours a day in the lead up to this tournament. And he has a full-time job and a young family. So it's a big commitment, you know, to work a full day and find 4 hours at the end of your work day or the beginning of your work day.
130.
Yeah, he's a delivery driver. He's from the Middlesbrough area, which has produced so many wonderful players. And right now he's delivering an absolutely world-class start.
At one stage, the top 5 players in the world had all grown up within 50 miles of one another in England.
137.
That shows you the benefit of having good local competition, of having players pushing one another to excel. If you're the lone good player in your country or your region, it's very hard to keep progressing.
Yeah, all of them products of the Teesside Boys Billiards League, and wow, what talent has emerged from that.
When Peter Gilchrist does his exhibitions, he tells an interesting story similar to the Teesside Boys Club about one street in London that one stage produced the 3 best squash players in the world. Sorry, table tennis.
144.
Might be squash. I've got the story confused.
146.
Well, I can tell you a snooker story. There's a town a little south of Middlesbrough, but on the east coast of England, called Grimsby. And in 1975, they had the English amateur champion, the world amateur champion, and the British junior champion. 3 different players. Mike Hallett was the British junior champion, Ray Edmonds was the world amateur snooker champion, and the English amateur champion was a gentleman called Sid Hood. So all from a very small town.
Yeah, now that shows you the advantage of having good, strong local competition.
156.
He's away now, and he's looking very dangerous.
159.
We're in the West Midlands of England. I'm from this part of the world. There's a phrase here. When something is being made to look easy, we say, it's like shelling peas.
Yeah,
And that's what he's doing here.
Yeah.
164. $167.
Oh, he's missed.
Dave Causier, 167.
A very unexpected miss, actually. He's knocked in a whole host of much more difficult shots than that. So, Dhruv Sitwala back at the table has to make an impact.
That Drew's not happy with that shot. He wanted to be right on the cross-loser line. He's come inside the line. This is very missable, this cross-loser. He'll have to play this with strong check side. Maybe a touch thin. Very missable on these start tables. Yeah, good shot. You can see how thin he's hit that by how close the reds come to the middle pocket. his heart, Dhruv will be really hoping to reply with a big 100 of his own, or bigger, to sort of close up the gap. You only take one shot at a time, but you do have behind that you have a bigger goal.
There's been a massive disparity in the scoring power of these two during the course of this championship. Sitwala has made 2 breaks over 200 and 11 centuries in total. Causier has made 4 breaks over 300, 11 over 200, and with the break we've just seen, 30 centuries.
Wow. This is not ideal now. Very risky, pot the red. Shot. That's a tough shot on these tables from hand. That a little softly. What he wanted was that yellow to bounce up a little higher and leave him an easy enough yellow. So he's that little softly, and that's one of the problems with having just set out while the other guys made a big 100. Means you've spent sort of 10 or 15 minutes off the table. He could pot yellow and play safe. He doesn't really want to, but if he plays yellow, cushion, red, cannon to not pot the yellow, it's very missable. That's what he's done. Good shot.
Not saying Sitwala is a slow player, but in comparison with Causier, he's definitely more methodical.
He is more methodical, yes. He's quite a deliberate player. And he has a very long bridge, much longer bridge than a lot of the billiards players, although billiards players do tend to have a longer bridge than snooker players. Oh, he's unlucky there. If that red hadn't caught the middle pocket jaw, it would have come down. We might see a safety here. So he would have liked that to go in, but it doesn't matter. Just leaving it in the jaws is tough.
Foul.
He missed.
Yeah, no contact made whatsoever.
No. So I think he wanted a very thin contact to cut the red towards the balk pocket and to come down off 2 cushions for a cannon. So this is a nice chance for Dhruv. Nice enough, leave a drop cannon, get him to the top. He's a very nice guy, Dhruv. First time I played him, going back quite a while, he had a fluke or a bit of luck early on. He put his cue down, turned to me and said, "Please forgive my good fortune." I've never seen that before. Most players just put their hand up.
Not the kind of reaction that one of your fellow countrymen, Eddie Charlton, used to have when anyone had a fluke against him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so Sitwala started out, he beat Ian Whiting, then he lost that match I was telling you about a little earlier to Christian Kirk. This is in the group phase. Had a couple of centuries in beating Mark Hill. Then he overcame Patrick Stegmaier. Once he was into the knockout, he beat Mark Hurst. Then the remarkable match in the quarterfinals against Martin Goodwill. He won that one 5-8-6 to 5-8-5. Basically, Goodwill came to the table after a poor safety shot from Sitwala, needing 23 points to win. He had to play one shot with the lengthy rest, which took up some time. And as he walked around for his last shot, the bell went.
That's right.
1 point short of tying, obviously 2 points short of winning, which he would have done had he played one more shot.
And there's been a lot of discussion about that. He put a screw-on extension on his cue to play the shot that he needed, the long rest. He could have possibly just grabbed the long rest at the side of the table or a slide-on extension and saved himself 2 or 3 seconds. He obviously didn't know the time was quite that tight.
16.
And we talked about a lot of negatives, I suppose, in terms of Sitwala's chances. One of the real positives, he's been building up and playing better and better as the week's gone on, and certainly his performance against Darren Clark in the semi-finals. Now, he won by over 1,000 points in that match. He made a break of 292 and several other centuries. So maybe he's running into form at the right time.
I hope so.
19.
That was Darren's first time in the semi-finals of a World Championship, and he had a couple of tough matches leading into that and was possibly a little bit mentally drained, from a couple of tough matches. It's something you often see in all cue sports. Someone has a match which just feels like their final because they've got to win it. And it's hard to mentally get back up for the next match, especially if they're all in the same day.
Yeah, you see that at the Crucible so often. The most recent example that sticks in my mind would be this year. Chris Wakelin was absolutely brilliant in reaching the quarterfinals, and then he seemed to run out of steam a little. When you haven't been there before, when it's a whole new experience, I think sometimes mental stamina is underestimated.
Exactly. So now Dhruv's got them at the top of the table. So he'd really be hoping to run a big break here.
$36.
He's starting to look his age now, Dhruv, that he's got a little bit of grey in his hair. When he was in his 40s, he still looked like a schoolboy.
39.
Pretty much contemporaries, these two.
Yep. That's why I'm so pleased to see Wayne Doyle and Christian playing. I've got no idea how old they are, but they're both under 40. And so many of our leading players are in their 50s now. These two, Peter, Mike Russell, Peter Sheehan, Martin Goodwill might be in his 60s now. So many of the leading players of the game. Not that they can't all play for another 10 years at the top level, but billiards is a game where you can play, well into your later years. But it's just great to see a couple of younger guys making themselves felt. The Australian National Championships this year, a couple of guys in their 20s performed very well, making big breaks, 200s and high big 100s, and they're both still learning the game.
And of course, the greatest ever billiard player. Some might argue the greatest ever sportsman in terms of total domination of his pursuit was from Australia, Walter Lindrum.
So someone was telling a story yesterday, a very good story. Ray Reardon was talking to Joe Davis many years ago, and he said to Joe Davis, "Who's the best billiards player ever?" And Joe Davis said, "That's easy, Walter Lindrum." And Ray said, "Well, why do you say that so quickly?" And Joe said, "Well, it's easy for me to say that because I'm the second best." Now they've gone a little bit awkward. He can run through in off either of these balls sort of with pocket side. He tries to pot the red, that's missable. Can't tell from this angle what he's playing. There we go, the run through with pocket side, and it's just stumbled in.
Without the side, that would not have gone in.
That's right. And on a table with bigger pockets, he might have potted that. But on these star tables, that's a tough pot. This looks narrow on the left-hand side and wide on the right-hand side. I can't tell. Oh, he's going left-hand side. Might play this with a bit of check side. Now that's a nice kiss. They could have gone anywhere, and this is exactly, he'd be very happy with that little kiss. Plays a lot of drag, Dhruv. Plays a lot of shots with drag, strong drag. Drag, for anyone who doesn't know, is when you hit the cue ball low so that it's rotating backwards as it slides down the table, but then it becomes topspin halfway down and it loses pace when that happens.
Yeah, it fits the eye of certain players. I know in snooker, the perhaps greatest exponent was Peter Ebdon, the 2002 world champion.
Yeah, no, drag's a tool you can use. You can give the ball a decent sort of strike, power-wise, but have it arrive slowly at its destination. And these tables run perfectly true, but if you're playing on a table that you don't trust, drag's a very important tool.
76.
So back at the top, he's going to get the balk line warning in a couple of shots.
I know it's second nature to the referees here, but having to warn them for that requires concentration.
It does, yep.
81. Balkline warning at 80.
Don't think we'll see it play it here. I think we'll see in and off. You got that little bit too thin.
84.
Looks like he's playing the drop cannon. Can't tell from this angle. Yep.
86.
Could be a problem. Don't know if he can run through that red without the red kissing the yellow. Well, no, it doesn't look like he can. So he's in a bit of trouble here now. He's not only got to score, but he's got to try and find a way to cross the balk line in the next sort of 4 or 5 shots. This is very awkward. He's played safe.
Sitwala, 86.
Yeah, I think we'll try and see Causier screwing off this along the cushion with check side. Just didn't quite get enough screw. So this... So he must like the feel of this in off the red, because otherwise he'd be potting yellow and double walking. So there is a shot on here. It's almost a natural off the red, off the cushion, a little bit of side over to the white. Oh. Got lucky.
3.
Yeah, that was a tough shot, and he's just walked up and hit it. Plays safe. That's not what he was planning. He's got the red a bit thick there. He's really looking for that side-to-side safety shot like we see in snooker on the black ball. You'll probably double balk here. You hit that red about 3/4 ball with top spin, double the red across to the right-hand side. Ooh, that's what you didn't want. You wanted the red thicker than that to avoid the double kiss. Dave will play safe.
Miss. Sitwala, 2.
Dhruv will be tempted by this, I think. Red ball, side cushion, lots of side. Or is he trying to screw in off? Screw in off.
3. Thank you.
So 100 the difference, so it's not too bad.
Dhruv Sitwala, 3.
Just got it a tiny bit thick. As anyone who plays and knows, when you've got these new cushion cloths, there's a lot of slide.
Just a few tiny cracks beginning to appear in the game of Causier as his lead is reduced to just double digits now.
These are more difficult than they look, these double balk shots. You don't want to leave that red too close to the corner pocket because the other guy will move it.
Dhruv Sitwala, 2.
So he's going to play up and down the table and pot that red. They're usually pretty good at this shot. So yeah, that's the danger. You want to make sure both balls are in balk, but you really don't want to put the red over a pocket. Oh.
Okay, Causier, 3.
A rather unusual passage of play, this.
Very. Quite scrappy. So Dhruv will want to get himself eventually to be able to pot the red so they can go in off that white, the yellow. This is a bit of a forcer, send the red up and down the table. That's not ideal. You had to hit that a little bit thick to get a nice force on it. I think he's taking on the pot.
Now that really was a terrific piece of cueing.
What he'd love to do is to get his cue ball near that left-hand middle pocket. Then he's got an easy in off the yellow. But he doesn't have the position to do that. He may go right down to balk here. He may pot the red and run his cue ball right down to the balk cushion for an in-off yellow. I think he's got sort of a natural angle to do that. No, he's going to go near the middle. Take his time. Very patient player. I think you'd find Dave would have gone the other way. Dave would have potted that firmer, put his cue ball down to the balk cushion. This is nicer. Now he can run through to that position I was mentioning before. Beautiful. I'm glad he didn't listen to me. That's a much better idea.
He has been in 2 finals this season, the Auckland Open in New Zealand. Lost out to Peter Gilchrist and was beaten by the same opponent in the New Zealand Open final.
It was the reverse of last year. They both played in the 2 finals in New Zealand last year, and Dhruv got the better of Peter in those events. Dhruv was on fire last year.
17.
I watched all of the finals last year in New Zealand. I was there as well. And one thing I noticed about Dhruv's game, because he has this very long bridge, when he plays the forcing in offs, he gets a lot of arc on the cue ball very easily.
9,
And I don't know whether he's hitting it higher than most of us or whether it's a factor of the long cue action but he gets a lot of arc on the cue ball.
21.
I'm usually pretty good on the physics of the game, but I'm not sure of the solution to that one.
Well, the gap is being reduced. And you might make an argument to say, at the end of this visit, Sitwala could be in front.
24.
Tiny bit now short there, so he's going to have to hit this with lots of check side. And a little bit thin. Or thick. Nice. He's got a half ball in off the yellow.
27.
I'd love to be left with a drop cannon after this, although the yellow may go very close to the red. You may play it quite softly in case the yellow does kiss the red. And that's the danger there. Well, you don't play that too hard because they don't spread too much when they do kiss. Give that shot a whack and you could end up with both balls on the cushion. Now he's got the nice drop cannon to get them back to top.
This isn't scientific, Jason. It's just an observation. We've been playing now for over 42 minutes. Where did that time go when you're watching billiards?
Yeah.
It makes the time go so quickly.
It does, doesn't it? They play very fast, billiards players. I mean, Causier is extra fast, but even guys that look slower. I was a tournament director in a tournament one year in Melbourne, and a couple of players came up to me and complained about one particular player that he was playing very slow. So I put the clock on him, and his average shot time was 10 seconds. Whereas in snooker, that would be lightning fast.
The fastest.
Yes. But for billiards, 6 or 7 seconds is more like an average shot time.
Yeah, in snooker, 30 seconds is frowned upon. 20 is about the average. Obviously, the likes of the Rocket and other fast players, they would be in the teens.
A lot of it in billiards, I think, is when you're going in off, you know your cue ball's in the D. You know where the other balls are going to finish because you've played them to be in a certain position. So you're actually just waiting for the cue ball, the object ball to stop to play your next shot.
39.
So a little delicate cannon here, red, top cushion, yellow, to leave a pot red in the other pocket.
41.
So this is an interesting part of the billiards game. He's not at top of the table, but they're near top of the table. And the good players can sort of muck around here for 20 or 30 points till the opportunity arrives to push them to top.
44.
We're going to see another delicate little cannon here, red, top cushion, yellow, to leave a pot red.
Clearly, it's a case of patterns ingrained in the mind over years and years of playing, but also billiards players do need to be lateral thinkers.
Yes. Yes, it's completely different to snooker, whereas in snooker, unless you're playing a safety, of course, but in snooker, you know where one ball's going. It's going in the pocket. So you've only got to worry about the cue ball. But when you play a cannon in billiards, you've got to worry about where all three balls are going.
52.
He's working hard here to get them back into good position. He wants to pot the red and come about halfway down the table to leave a cannon yellow to red to go to top of the table. Taking a bit of time over it. A lot of time. Something he doesn't quite like about it. Needs a big bounce. Not enough.
55.
Going to see a run through Cannon, I think. Thick on the yellow. Get a nice angle on the red. Bring the yellow back towards the centre of the
57.
table. He's working very hard.
Put together an 86 break a little earlier. So this is his second extended visit to the table.
And only 40 the difference now.
60.
And as spectators, that's what we wanted. We wanted this match to go deep. So drop Cannon, another chance to go back to top of the table.
And he does have big breaks in him. His highest break is, in a match this is, 654. There was a great story in the America's Cup in 2015. He became the first player ever to win a 400 up match in one visit.
That's correct, and he still holds that world record. He's the only player to have made a 400 break in the 400 up.
66.
The opponent was Gay Jones, who has been here the last couple of World Billiards Championship finals as a spectator. I don't know whether she's going to turn up today, but...
She was here yesterday playing in the Women's World Championship,
Well, there you go.
which was won by Shruti L from India, who's a very good billiards player. And she played in the English Open and this event. She qualified for the knockout in this event, the last 24. She's beaten a number of good players.
72.
She won yesterday. She was the defending champion of the Women's World Championship, and she won yesterday in the final against Anna Lynch, who now lives in England, married to Rob Hall, but is an Australian. And Anna was the 2019 World Ladies Champion when it was played in Melbourne. But Shruti, she plays very good billiards. She's made, I'm not sure her highest break this week, but she's made lots of 50s. So this is trouble time now. He's getting close to a balkline warning, and he still doesn't really have them in position. Probably see a little screw cannon here. That's where you need a bit of luck. When that yellow comes back and kisses the red, you'd like them to be friendly. So screwing off. He doesn't want that to go in.
82.
Commentator's curse.
85. Balkline warning at 80.
Yeah, extra points, but exactly what he did not want, as
This
Jason
is
said.
tough. This is tough. Some players will play safe in this situation. That's a great shot. If he's paced that red to come back down, that'd be a great shot. No, that's fine. He's going to have a yellow red cannon. He's worked very hard in this break. He's still got to cross the balkline. That's not nice. Can't tell the angle he's got for an in off the red in either of the book pockets. It's a bit hard when you're looking at the TV angle to tell the angles. I think he's going in off in this right hand top pocket. Yep, very nice. It's come just a bit far.
92.
Got three choices here. He could dribble the red in the middle slowly. He could play long Jenny off the red, or he can go in off the yellow. That's why he's taking a bit of time. He's got to work out which of those options suits him best. I think he's playing the long Jenny. No, he's having a second thought. Oh, that's tough. He could also play cannon, I think. Yep.
24.
So that's interesting. That was probably the easiest of the 4 shots to score, but the one where you could least control the balls. But he's opted to keep the break going. And he still hasn't crossed the balk line.
It really is an effort, a determined effort, refusing to leave the table. Now just 5 points adrift.
This is tough. The in-off yellow looks very thin. Or the thick one run through he might play. He's played that thick.
96.
So he needs to make this cannon and leave an easy pot red so he can get across the balk line. That's his only chance here to keep this break going.
$98.
I think he'll be able to get across the balk line here. He would have loved a little more angle. Oh no, that's tough. This will have to be a big screw.
Or maybe cushion first, hitting the wide ball very hard.
Yeah, but you might be right. Have to fight the sort of top spin that happens on the table though to do that. Yeah, that's what he was playing.
98. Dave Causier.
He couldn't quite make the century. He couldn't quite poke his nose in front.
1 point the difference. Yeah, he was a little unlucky there.
3.
For Causier, he built a
6.
lead. He wants to do exactly the same again.
I think we've got a frozen screen temporarily.
8.
Don't know whether our viewers have as well.
$10. $12.
So
14.
it's just doing technical things to get our screen going again.
$17. 19. 21. 24. 26.
So could the Sitwala miscue
29.
prove costly?
So this is a very nice position here for Dave.
32. 35. 37. 39. 41. 44.
failed to make a couple of
46.
cannons. Sorry, I should say a couple of in-offs earlier on, but not that one. That was into the heart of the pocket, and earlier composure seems to be regained.
So setting up the drop cannon here, trying to get them back to top of the table.
50.
It's a little bit awkward. Probably going to play a screw back. These are awkward when you're very close to the object ball. You did good cueing.
52.
So, Jason, having just watched Sitwala's stoic effort, this is all very different, much more turbocharged.
Very much. Still hasn't quite got them under control. That's not quite right either. This is one of the rare times he's going to exceed that 6 or 7 second shot time because they're awkward.
60.
I can't tell the angle. He'd love to play this thin and firm to chip the white behind near towards the spot, but he may have to play it softer. Not too bad. Not quite right for the drop cannon. He may go in off the yellow one slowly and then play the drop cannon. No, straight to the drop cannon.
64.
Very thick, lots of check side. Good pot.
If you're just joining us, Causier, who is the defending champion, established
70.
an early lead with a break of 167. That was whittled away. But then we saw a potentially expensive miscue from Dhruv Sitwala when he was just 1 point behind. And now Causier at the table trying to stretch the lead again.
77.
How quick has this 70 odd been compared to Dhruv's?
80. 82.
Yeah, like all of the very best sportsmen, whatever the game, he has got a knack for making it look preposterously easy.
That's right. That's one of the disadvantages billiards has as a viewer sport for the uninitiated, is that when the top players play it at the top level, they make it look very easy. They get to the repetitive sequences down the top, and the people who aren't fans of the sport just don't see it as exciting.
90.
Well, the group phase for Causier was processional. He won all 4 matches in the group by a distance as he crosses the balk line. In fact, his total points scored in the group phase, 4,197. The opposition, 414.
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it?
95.
It's a bit awkward. Probably going to see him go in off the white. Might need a long rest, or does he need a slider? Was he playing thin? He might be playing thin cannon, white cushion red. Can't really tell. already crossed the walk line here, so that's not a problem for him. This is not perfect. That's a great shot. Left and in off the white. Very hard to play that shot so softly and leave it perfect.
101.
Applause for his second century of the match. I'm sure it won't be his last.
Four.
Into those middle pockets. That was a pot that had to be respected, even though it might have appeared simpler than it actually was.
109. One 12.
He's had another wonderful season. Causier, he won the Jim Williamson Open at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds back in August. English Open winner here last weekend, overcoming Robert Hall in the final.
I think his only loss has been in Belgium. He lost one of the two events in Belgium. Can't remember whether it was the Belgian Open or the European Open. Might have been the European Open. He lost to Peter Gilchrist in that, where Peter put in a 300 odd very early. Oh, he's short.
120.
As soon as those balls made contact, you could see Causier was a little concerned as to whether he got the necessary accuracy.
Yeah, he caught it a tiny bit thin, and he could tell that straight away.
2.
We'll see how Dhruv manages this double book.
Sitwala 2.
That's not too bad. Ideally, you'd like a little more angle on the red. So Dave plays across to the cushion out of walk, a little bit aside to leave his cube in book.
Yeah, the tournament you were talking about, Jason, it was the European Open. He lost.
Yes, and that scoreline of where he lost by 300 is generous, because he was actually 600 odd behind with half an hour to go, and he made a racing sort of 300 at the end to lose by 300. That was one of those rare tournaments where he was on the receiving end of a big break early instead of the one dishing it out. And Peter's 300 odd at the start of that match was a very slow, deliberate 300. Very focused on not making a mistake.
Yeah, we've mentioned the fact that Gilchrist completed the New Zealand double, New Zealand Open and Auckland Open this season. He also won the Sydney Open. So, as you mentioned before, Jason, his defeat in the last 16 here was, I think it's fair to say, a real upset.
Oh, very much so.
12.
He won in 2000 and he was in the final in 2018. He won in 2019. We didn't play the next 2 years. He was in the final in 2020. He won in 2022. He was runner-up. No, won in 2023, I'm sorry. And lost in the semi last year. So he's had a long run of semi-final at worst.
14. 17.
They're both very dangerous. The two guys that beat him here this week, Wayne Doyle and Robert Marshall, both very dangerous. But Peter's usually the more dangerous.
Well, if you're a Q Sports enthusiast and you're wondering, where do I know the name Robert Marshall? As Jason mentioned earlier, he was a former snooker pro who in 1990 got to the semi-finals of the British Open. Really big tournament. That was the event that the French-Canadian Bob Chaperon won, beating Alex
Wow.
Higgins in the final. Great shot there.
Fantastic shot. Yeah, Robert's a very good player, and he's enjoying his billiards. So he makes 200s, you know, fairly regularly. He was a few years back. He was playing a bit of billiards, and then I think he went on to the seniors tour for a year or two. We sort of lost sight of him for a couple of years, but he's back enjoying his billiards now.
Nine. 11.
A few moments ago, we saw Causier misjudge that attempted
13.
in off. But it didn't cost him a great amount of points, hardly any in fact, and now he's got another opportunity to
15.
get away.
Twenty-one. 23.
Leaving himself the cross loser.
26.
He may go in off the white instead, actually, and then leave a drop cannon. This is perfect. It's a chance to get back to top of the table. Not what he wanted. Thin, check side.
32.
He's got to do the same again. I don't think he can run through the white. Maybe able to come behind it on the cushion. Yeah, just like that.
34.
Quite a lot of hard work to do here.
His last three shots have been so inventive, like watching Karam.
Yeah. Well, they're all shots that he would have played many times. They're all the sort of regular positions where things have gone wrong. And that's a pretty clever safety there. And one of the reasons is a good safety because there's no obvious safety in return. Very difficult for Dhruv to know what to do here. Dhruv may have taken a bathroom break because they've just stopped the clock.
Yeah, so it gives us time to take stock. Basically, 70 minutes in, we've seen David Causier make breaks of 167 and 120. Sitwala has replied with 86.98. If you're looking for the biggest moment, I think, in the match so far, Jason, it would be the miscue when he tried to get his ball across the baulk line. But I think it's been pretty competitive.
It's been good. I don't know what Dhruv will do here. Could play the topspin run through with pocket side off the red, with the red moving the yellow out of the way, but it's very risky and no control over where they go. But safety is not easy.
While Dhruv is out, let me tell you that the points differential coming into this final was extraordinary in favour of Causier. He was plus 7,000 409 over his 7 opponents before this. As for Sitwala, well, he was plus 2,775 over, for him, 8 matches.
Wow. This will be interesting to see what Dhruv does here. And that's pretty good. Oh, I think that's very good. That's as good as he could have got. So if he had queuing room, he'd have us screwing off yellow here, but from off the cushion there, that's probably not on. We'll see another safety, I think. Causier may take on this run through in off the white. Hitting the cue ball high and with lots of right hand side. I think this will probably look pretty tempting for him. If that's come out of balk, then that's nice position for him.
Well, that, of all the shots we've seen so far, was my personal favourite. The side just coaxed the ball in.
Yes. It's so good that we have the spotted cue balls now, that you can actually see what they're doing. I know Sean Murphy is one of the snooker players that's always asking when can they have a spotted cue ball.
So,
Yeah, I think he's in a small minority, actually.
Yeah.
no.
Thick to bring it up to the middle of the table.
11.
He didn't really want to have a straight yellow there. He wanted a bit of angle to run through the yellow. It will take on this pot. Very missable. Really would have preferred to be running through the white into the middle. 150 the difference now.
Yeah, it's a handy lead, but it's not Causier taking total charge as he quite often does.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, Causier.
but that doesn't help matters.
No. So for you billiards enthusiasts watching, you'll see Dave will bring this white around off 2 cushions on these new slick cloths. If he was playing that shot on an older cloth or an older, worn cloth, he'd bring that off 3 cushions. But these days, it's too risky. You get so much throw and the slide off the cushions, it's unpredictable.
4.
So the players only bring that round off 2 cushions these days.
Six.
Caught that slightly wrong. He got the white a little bit thick.
Nine. Twelve. 14.
Once he got past his group unbeaten, took on John Mullane in the last 16. He won that 1,572 to 299. Made a 409 break in that, plus 4 other centuries. In the quarterfinals, he conquered
90.
Jonathan Marwood, 1,690 to 431. again. 3 breaks over 200, 4 other tons. And then in the semi-finals,
21.
he beat Robert Hall 1918 to 824.
23.
He's just trying to leave the perfect drop cannon here. What he wants is his white ball, well, about there.
25.
Touch further left would have been nice, but about there. Wants to land just gently on the red, so he's got a nice red. He plays that shot very well. He's hit that little bit thin with a bit of sort of stun or screw to get that red up over the middle pocket. But 2 options here. He can pot the red and try and come down the right position for the cannon, or he can go in off the white, send it up and down the table. Well, a different angle than I thought.
33.
It's not quite right. I think we're going to see drop cannon.
35.
This is a great shot, landing on the outside of the white, so he's leading both balls in front of him.
37.
50 off, nice angle. No, it's a bit narrow. Probably pot the red twice more and then leave the in off. No, only once. We keep forgetting that he'll take one less shot if he can take one less shot. Needs that to bounce.
45.
And another drop cannon.
You know, in golf they talk about muscle memory, the fact that you've done the same thing over and over and over again, and basically you know exactly what to do in a certain situation. I think muscle memory definitely applies to these great players in billiards. They just know exactly what's required and when. It's, I used the phrase earlier, I think it definitely applies, second nature.
Yep, definitely. There wouldn't be many positions on the table of the 3 balls where a guy like Dave would come to the table and think, oh, I've never seen them there before. It's the sequences. You learn the sequences when the balls are in certain positions, what shots to play to get them back where you want them.
Yes, and sometimes in snooker, even after all of these years, you do see a unique situation, one that requires an awful lot of thought. Now, this is an extreme example, but when you see Causier going about his business like this, when you think at one tournament a few years back, Mark Selby took 6 minutes to decide what to do on one shot.
Yeah, but Neil Robertson did the same in one of his, when he won the World Championship. He took a very long time over one shot. It was like his brain was frozen or something.
65.
So he's back to over 200 ahead now after being 200 ahead early and the gap being closed. And now looking dangerous.
75.
But perfect top. Walk line warning coming up in a couple of shots.
78. 80. Auckland warning at 80.
That's where you see he's hit that red a little bit thinner than normal. Just to leave himself that nice angle to get around through balk.
85.
He's won the short form of the World Championship 4 times, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017. As for the timed version, i.e. this, champion in 2015, 2017, 2022, and of course he is the title holder, but he's never defended the timed version of the World Championship. This would be a first, and he's already, even though this is still early days in this 5-hour final, he's already well on course.
He had a great win this year in the World Match Play, which is the short format. Came from behind against Pankaj for Advani of India. I may be wrong, but from memory he won the last 3 in a row. Check that out.
105. 108. 111. 113.
I'm going to leave you for a while, Phil, and I'm going to be replaced by the World Billiards President, Roxton Chapman.
Jason, thank you very much for your company and your insight.
118.
'This is Causier's 3rd century of the match,
121.
and it might end up his biggest break so far, where he's got them.
124. 126.
Yeah, so as advertised, here is Roxton Chapman. Great to be working with you, Roxton.
Hey Phil, yeah, great to be back in the billiards world again, but coming at a good time. Dave getting into his rhythm again by the looks of it.
131.
It's been quite eventful so far.
133.
Yeah, the big shot, the obviously big shot, was the miscue from Sitwala when he was just 1 point behind and everything seemed to be going well. After that,
36.
it's been a little barren for him.
Yeah, the key, if you can, is to keep in touch, of course, you know, and
139.
there's not much you can do when you're away from the table, that's the thing, and every visit is crucial to try and stay on the table and
142.
retain table, make points, keep in the game. So, yeah, that was unfortunate, really, unexpected. And normally you pay the price, and that's what's happened here.
149.
So there must be certain shots in your career, Roxton, where you're still regretting them all these years later. You know, the obvious mistakes when you're in control of a match, or you're getting there.
I'm trying to think now of those shots.
Well, you've done well
Bring back bad memories.
You've done well to forget them, because most players tend to dwell on them, don't they? They never forget.
The hardest thing is in the match itself. Afterwards, you can sort of let go of it, and yeah, you know, it's frustrating, and you do think back on that. But during the match, you've got to stay focused, and what happens, happens, right? So it's about having that attitude of maintaining the focus, keeping concentration. And this is what Dave does so well. A magnificent, you know, level of concentration, like all the great players do. They're able to maintain that throughout however long the match is, this is a 5-hour marathon. No doubt Dave will maintain the same mentality throughout, and I think that is a difference between players, you know, that
164.
waver in and out of focus, and all of a sudden the game gets away from you, you miss a shot you're not expecting to. And that is a difference, you know, in the mental approach.
Thanks, Jeff.
So that is the highest break of the match so far.
Yeah, he's slightly out of position. Obviously, the goal is to get back to the top of the table as quickly as possible, but he's going to have to be patient. Again, that's another mental asset you need. Patience, work your way back into the position you need. That's maybe not perfect.
$175.
Yep.
That was just about enough.
And a touching ball as well. Kind of got away with that a little bit, you could say. And I think maybe that was a case of maybe trying to get back to the top of the table too soon. You know? So, but it worked out, and it's all right. Back in business.
177.
But he needs to... Oh, didn't want that kiss on the red, because the bolt line warning's fast approaching. Really needs to be at the top of the table to pull that shot off. So he very quickly wanted to set up a cannon and get back to the top.
181. Bolt line warning at 80. $183. 185. 187.
Doesn't look like it can cross the bolt line from here. So it's going to take a couple more shots.
190.
It's going to look now, I would say, to set up the pot red over the pocket with an angle. This has to be right. Looks good.
So in essence, the bulk line rule is there to prevent players just
198.
staying at the top of the table forevermore.
Yeah, well, it adds a great level of intrigue to that 80 to 100.
200.
And as you say, you know, they're so good at the top of the table. Yeah, fantastic. 200 pass now. So good at the top, you need to add a little bit of a challenge there.
So just to reiterate his scoring achievements, that's his 12th break over 200 in the championship.
208.
Might have lost position here, but yeah, that's the form you want, isn't it, in a World Championship? Goodness. In trouble now. He might even consider a safety shot here. He doesn't have much on. He's got a good lead. No reason to keep going. Yeah, very sensible.
It was 208.
£361 the lead. Is that daunting at this stage?
No, you can see the clock. There's plenty of time left. We know what Sitwala's capable of. He's capable of knocking that off in a single visit, so you're not going to be worried yet. Just want the next opportunities to be yours, but a little bit of cagey safety play now. I find safety play fascinating, really, because this tip-tapping about is probably going to go on for 3 or 4 visits, then somebody's going to have a go. The fascinating thing about billiards is that even though that might look pretty safe, there is a shot. There's always a shot on at this game. Eventually, somebody's going to have a go, because otherwise, I mean, you can't have a respot, a re-rack rather at billiards. Somebody's going to have a go at a shot. But it's probably not going to be Dave doing that. I think maybe we should bring a re-rack in, actually. This is the same shot over and over again, isn't it?
Well, we've had some remarkable re-racks in snooker over the years. We've had a re-rack with just pink and black left on the table. The deepest frame ever at the Crucible to be re-racked was blue, pink and black. I know a frame years ago, Gary Wilkinson, Dennis Taylor, that was re-racked after 50-odd minutes of play. That can be a blessing. You're right.
Well, there you go. The deadlock's broken. Dhruv had a chance, half a chance. He made a terrific screwing off. And he's could be right back in business if this works out.
4.
I think that's okay. A very delicate shot. Yeah, done.
So,
Have you got Drew's stats there, Phil, for his progress through the tournament?
Yeah, it's not been anywhere near as impressive as Causier. You won't be surprised to know that, obviously. Highest break, 292. He's made a couple of 200 pluses. 11 centuries.
12.
But the one good thing with him, it seems as though his performance level has been improving with each match.
Yeah, he's looking more and more solid each game. His cue action looks beautiful and smooth.
15.
He's going to have that extra bit of confidence. He's in a world final. You know you're playing well.
17.
Yes, in these two previous world finals, he most certainly wasn't trounced by any means. Both were at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. He was runner-up in 2010.
20.
Lost to Mike Russell. 1738 to 1204. And then in 2016 at the same venue, he was only beaten in the short form version, 8-6.
Yeah, you don't get many chances to make a World Championship final, so it's a tremendous achievement through his career. And he's desperate to put in a good performance here and give himself a chance to win, of course.
28.
And to join the list of Indian world champions, Saurav Gathari, Pankaj Advani, Rupesh Shah, and the great Geet Sethi.
52.
Yes, and then the accolades will be amazing. India's such a... they love the game of billiards, and it's always very well supported when we played over there. So yeah, for sure, be a major achievement for him and the country and the supporters.
37.
I'd imagine we'll be getting a fair amount of viewers watching this from India.
You know, I was reading something yesterday that Ahmedabad, which is the hometown of Geet Sethi, is going to be hosting the 2030 Commonwealth Games, it looks like. What a great sport it would be, billiards, to be in the Commonwealth Games, because it is really a Commonwealth sport.
Yeah, and we've had in the past the late Mark Wildman, who did a huge amount for the game, former World Billiards champion, and everybody, of course, knows him in the community. He actually campaigned to get it, excuse me, into, recognised as a sport. It didn't, unfortunately, pay off in the end, but he put some work in, and that would have been amazing if that happened.
46.
Geet Sethi won his first world title in 1992, and there's a connection in the year to David Causier, because that was when he made his first real impact by winning the English amateur title.
Yeah, I mean, the history of the game is phenomenal. The stats and the records and the players and the nations that compete. It's staggering, really, how what's considered a minority sport still is so strong and has still that strength of international recognition and people playing for the love of the game. It's fantastic to see. Well, not ideal position. He should be okay with the long and off. Not the kind of shot you really want to leave yourself. You certainly don't want to make a 6 shot. He puts his hand up, because that's absolutely perfect now. That's worked out well.
Yeah, he's still obviously on the back foot, but he's fighting hard.
Yeah, it's what I said earlier, Phil. You know, he has to make sure that he does all he can to stay at the table. Every visit is priceless. You'll see when they take down the averages, you know, this standard, it's very likely that the winner's going to be averaging over 50, probably. And you need to make sure you're doing similar. Otherwise, you'll quickly fade away if you're not.
70.
That's another fascinating side of it. The stats, as you know, the averages of billiards, you know, are quite staggering to see in some matches, and can really be something to aspire to, and is a gauge of somebody's ability as well. You know, what they're able to average. I always used to think it kind of equated to your highest break. So if you could be a 20 average player, you could make a 200 break, and you try and improve yourself, you know, per visit, per shot, and eventually you'll start averaging more and making bigger breaks. And actually, Mark Wildman, he did that with me. He used to coach me, and we took stats, and you'd have a graph, and you'd see the upward trend of your average going up, and your highest break would be going up at the same time.
'83 Balkland crossed.
Fault line cross, so he's done the hard work. He elected to go quite early on that, so this is not perfect. Needs a good shot.
85.
It's not bad.
Sitwala's highest break of this match, 98, is under obvious threat.
'90.
A sensible shot. He could have tried to stay at the top of the table there, playing off the red, but just sensible. keep on the table, as I said. That's what he's doing, making sure he's got another shot. Give himself another chance. That's not perfect, of course.
92.
Got to grind this little bit section out. Keep going if you can. This has to be fairly accurate.
Dhruv Sitwala, 92.
Yeah, a bit of an unexpected miss there. But, you know, he's pulled it back a bit and, you know, absolutely very much in this match.
Trouble is, Causier is such a dynamite scorer
Dave Causier, 3.
that when you get a chance like the one that Sitwala had, you want to make a little more than he did. You have to be right at the top of your game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about going to the next level, isn't it? 200, 300, 400. You mentioned the stats, and it does gauge, you know, where the players are at.
Causier's been playing the game since the age of 12, and what he doesn't know about it, you can write on the back of a minute postage stamp. Been here before, Oxton.
Yeah, re-rack. I do find this fascinating, that this stage, though. I've never been, you know, big on safety play myself, really, because, as I said earlier, there's always a shot on, and I tend to be a bit too ambitious, maybe. But eventually, somebody's going to have to go for a shot. Or make a mistake, and that can happen. You can accidentally get it wrong and leave your opponent a half-ball shot, and then they're back in. So you've got to be very careful as well if you're trying to play safe. It's a little bit like playing a push shot at 9-ball. Whenever you're just leaving maybe a half chance, maybe a shot on, but just want the odds to be in your favour if they take it on.
Well, one of the most extraordinary aspects of 9-ball, when they roll out, push out, whatever the terminology is you use, you have to think about so many different variables.
Yeah, I think it's really similar. And when that person decides to go for the shot, I'm not sure at what point they decided to go for it instead of just play the same shot, or the next shot. Dave might go for the next shot because he did have a cannon on off a rail, but it's a risk. You can leave your opponent in.
Yeah, the push out or roll out in 9-ball, apart from when a seasoned pool player is up against a snooker player and they push out purposely to a jump, knowing that the snooker player can't pull off a jump shot. Apart from that, there are so many different options. It's actually mind-boggling. But maybe the impasse will be broken here. Oh, it does. It does.
3.
Yeah, and Dhruv trying to break up the safety play a bit may have cost him a little bit here.
He's knocked in 3 or 4 really good pots, Causier.
Yeah, it's one of the strengths of his game.
Nine.
He's got both balls back in play. Yeah, so the safety, we could talk for hours on that, Phil. We've got a few hours, haven't we?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to know people's, the other players' thoughts on it, really. Because,
50.
yeah, at what stage do you decide to not go, play safe, break up the safety play, like Dhruv tried to do? He tried to just manoeuvre the ball slightly differently, try and give Dave maybe a half chance to have a go at, and it's kind of backfired.
18.
And that's the wonder of the variety of cue sports we have nowadays. As you say, this is a lengthy contest. We've just been talking about the game of 9-ball. Regularly there you see racks over in less than a minute if an early combo presents itself, or if Tony Drago's running the rack, he can run a complete rack in under a minute. And yet this is a slow burner. Much more of a thinking man's game.
Yes, you have to have a huge amount of patience to play this game. To go through the safety exchange, to manoeuvre the balls back into position.
31.
So Dave nearly had them back at the top, but not quite. And then you've got to manoeuvre, work around a bit.
33.
Thinking on your feet all the time. Positions are generally, always different. I don't think you have the same shot twice at this game either.
35.
Well, 20-odd points to go. David Causier took his total number of points scored in this championship over 10,000. Just by way of comparison, Dhruv Sitwala isn't at 6,000 points for the championship yet, and he's played one more match.
Yeah, so there I'll be interested to know what the players' averages are.
41.
Because the total points, we know Dave is fast. He gets going very fast. Dhruv is very steady. So you'd expect to be there a difference there, of course, given time
24.
at the table. But what are their averages? That would be interesting. I know that they're not recorded in the early stages. But, all you can do is make the most of your visit, keep your average up, keep the pressure on your opponent. Still manoeuvring the balls, still trying to get control. That's what he wanted. He'll hope for top of the table after this shot. So he's been patient, he's made 50. Now he's got his reward.
He's been in front from the get-go. Sitwala did reduce the deficit to just a single point at one stage.
63.
But now the Causier advantage is becoming hefty. If you're watching this at the PJ Hindu Gymkhana in Mumbai, which is Dhruv Sitwala's home base, it's looking a little bleak.
76. 78.
A little early for that, I think, Phil. Plenty of time in the match. We know how good a player he is. He's not going to give up. But he needs to get back on the table, and that's where David is relentless at keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, I think the bleakness comes not from the scoreline, as you say, still plenty of time, but This is the third World Final he's played on this very table in the last 3 years. And as we discussed
88.
earlier on with Jason, his first World Final on this table against
90.
Peter Gilchrist was a horror show for him. He played terribly. Last year, vast improvement. This year so far, I think he's playing even better than he did
93.
12 months back.
95.
Yeah, well, he can only do what he can when he gets his turn. And, you know, as you say, the standard's very good here.
100.
He had that miscue, and Dave's on 100 again. Yeah, creating a bit of a lead now. But Dhruv, you know, he's had that miscue, didn't he, on 90, and he's made 100 since. He's going to be feeling all right as well. It's just getting back at the table,
105.
trying not to be frozen out. But it all depends on what Dave does here, how many he makes, how much time he takes away from the game.
Yeah, 39 minutes to go before the end of the opening session.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity, isn't it, to
111.
stay on the table. That's what he'll be thinking. He'll know there's half an hour left.
113.
He'll know he's capable of staying on the table till then, and that's all his focus will be. He's in perfect position.
116. 118.
He's been there, done that so many times now. It's very hard to see him making any silly mistakes.
One 121. And 24. 26.
Yeah, so not quite perfect. Still manoeuvring around, but he's still at the top, in full control, really. Not exactly where he'd want them, but making sure he doesn't slip up.
131.
Being patient.
And 34.
This will be a nice shot to flick the other side of the white. Just retain that top of the table and make sure he leaves a pot red. I think he's done that. Right. Yeah, perfect. Now he's got them where he wants. So a bit of patience. Taking his time a little bit there.
139. 141.
Really, you think that the next challenge might be the next bolt line crossing?
144. 147.
147 the break. Not quite the cachet
149.
of a snooker 147, but it's fast developing, this.
152. 154. 157. 159.
Lovely shot. Gathering shot. And back perfect top of
161.
the table.
To play like this and to play so quickly, you have to get yourself into a cocoon of concentration. The only thing he's thinking about right now is the next shot, the way to negotiate it. At the moment for David Causier, the outside world does not exist. It's just him and the three balls. Oh, and now the referee.
Yeah, well, he's fully focused. He wants the yellow cleaned, so he's spotted something on it. And it's sensible, you know, very sensible. Taking his time. we're not seeing, you know, a fast Dave Causier here. He's just being patient, taking his time. Knows there's not that much time left in the session, really, and
172.
if he can retain the table, be a long way towards winning the championship at the halfway stage.
On 167
177.
early in the match, he missed a bad red to this top left-hand pocket.
Ball line 188.
He misjudged a couple of in-offs to the middle. One
182.
I was very surprised about, but in general, he's looked really good. And now the ball line is crossed without any fuss whatsoever.
185. Ball line cross.
Yeah, maybe his next challenge is the next bolt line crossing, the way it's going.
187.
Yeah, that wasn't perfect, so he had to play a stun cannon. Not an easy shot now here. Yeah, well done. They're not easy, those pots.
190. 192.
Billiards is all about intricacy, but being able to pot them is also a vital component. And as we mentioned before, Roxton, he's knocked in some really good pots so far.
Yeah, we know that they're playing on the Pro Cup
197.
star tables. You know, we know that the pockets are as tight as they can be, and yeah, he's going to have to go around the table again now. This will be another test of his queuing.
So that's 13 breaks of 200 or greater in the tournament.
Yeah, and being such a good potter, you know, yeah, it's very much part of the game. Not just being able to pot the ball, but to be able to position the cue ball within, you know, a 2 or 3 inch space or 2 or 3 inch circle for your next shot. That's the key to it, is the position for the next shot. This will be an example, pot the red, but he's got to get the cue ball right. I think he's done it.
213. 250.
So easy to leave that sort of pot red short, and then you've got another pot red or a screw cannon, you're out of position.
218.
I think maybe it's not overlooked, but not really seen, because the game of billiards, you know, the next shot is a cannon. Next shot isn't maybe an easy pot off as that one is. But yeah, it's a huge part of the game. You've got to be as accurate
23.
as any other facet of this game.
226. 228.
You know, watching this, I can't help but have pangs of regret, because one of the great lovers of billiards was my mentor and my good friend Clive Everton, who sadly passed away, well, around this time last year. He would have loved this. He would have loved being here to see this. I think about him an awful lot, you know.
236.
What a great man he was.
Yeah, very sadly missed. You know, I've had a lot of good times with Clive myself, and yeah, again, the effort and the dedication to the sport, incredible. You know, throughout his whole life, he committed himself to snooker and billiards, and was a very fine player. Yeah.
I'll tell you a story about Clive.
44.
I went to cover a billiards festival in Wigan many, many years ago, and Clive was playing. Went in to watch him play, and the very first visit, he made a century. And by the way, that table was brutish. The pockets were so tight. You might recall it, actually, Roxton, but anyway, that was my first ever sight of Clive playing billiards. I'd seen him play snooker before, but
251.
never billiards, and yeah, first visit he made a century.
Amazing. What a nice memory. My first professional match, oh, or maybe it just missed that, but it's all right. My first professional match was against Clive Everton. Yeah.
253.
At Kenilworth. 1990, I think. really knew the game and played the game, billiards, of course, correctly.
256.
Yeah, I think it's diplomatic to say that he had a very unorthodox stance. Not always the case, but basically he was going out to play in the
9.
amateur championship, I think, in New Zealand, and his back went on the plane. And ever since that, it was a case of playing in a really unorthodox manner, and it was rather laboured the way he got to the table, but that was the way he got to do it.
264.
Well, yeah, it's about making the most of what you have, and he would have done that. I know he practiced, he had his own table. He put a lot of time and effort in it and got to a very high standard.
Yeah, I've got bad memories about that table, in Hagley, not too far from here. He invited me up to play, and I think I was leading him 2-1, snooker this is, and he won the next frame after needing 4 snookers. Went on to win 3-2.
271.
You see, you don't forget the bad things, like I said earlier on. You never forget them. Well, I don't anyway.
Yeah, and there's the beauty of billiards, right? I mean, that's probably, he maybe not have got those snookers without the billiards knowledge. But I think actually he preferred, or I'm not sure, but maybe he preferred the journalistic side of it to playing the game. But he certainly knew how to play the game. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, sad loss, of course.
Yeah, he was an absolutely phenomenal writer and broadcaster. And another of the juniors who was in his orbit was my good pal David Hendon, who's just written an absolutely terrific book about the history of snooker called Pots of Gold.
284.
I would highly recommend it. And I know Clive would be very proud of Dave's efforts with that as well.
287.
So, fault line crossing acquired, and he's now lost position. He's not been in position the last few visits, so he's not been able to set the pot red up around the angles. It's a lovely shot. That wasn't easy. The cue ball was close to the object ball, but he's under a little bit of pressure here.
Closing in on what would be his 5th break of 300 or more in the championship.
Needs to leave a pot here. That's not what he wants. That's could be end of break. He may elect to play safe. Yep, again, sensible. Not giving Dhruv a chance.
.557 lead. 27 minutes of the session to go.
That was quite a nice shot. With the lineup. He left enough angle for Dave to play the run through. Has. And has played a great shot. So that's the second time Dhruv has tried to mix up the safety play and leave maybe a half a chance and from second best.
And of course, as you told me earlier, Roxton, he almost lost his quarter-final against Martin Goodwill due to a poor safety.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game. Martin made a very nice 200 plus break to go, I think, about 180 ahead. This is in the last hour of the match.
9.
Dhruv came back with another 200 of his own. Beautiful, lovely, complete control all the way through, but eventually broke down 220, I think it was, 220 plus, and had a 30-odd point lead. And at this point, there's a few minutes left. Not long to go. So there was a little bit of a safety exchange. got to the point where Martin was 23 behind, I believe,
15.
and there was maybe under 2 minutes left. Dhruv was at the table with no shot,
18.
so he elected to play safe, which was sensible, but he played it in such a way that his cue ball finished behind the red spot, cannoned the
2.
red onto Martin's cue ball to leave Martin a pot red in the middle. It wasn't easy because it was on the rail, but if he potted it, it would have gone back to the top of the table, which he did. He got it, and he just ran out of time by
27.
literally one shot, a few seconds, and lost by 1 point. Yeah, I saw it. It was amazing. Martin would be kicking himself.
29.
He could have been here now. He could be thinking this could be me.
31.
And I'm not sure Dhruv knew the result. They shook hands. I don't think he knew he was one ahead at that point. Yeah, 1 point in a... I think it was a 3-hour match, wasn't it, at that stage? Yeah, incredible.
35.
Just a quick view there of the John Roberts Trophy.
37.
Historic sport, you know, billiards. The first ever world champion,
Nine.
Edwin Kentfield, 1825. He was supposed to play
41.
Jack Carr for the championship, and Carr actually died before the match. So Kentfield declared himself champion, and he was the first in a long line.
4.
Mind you, billiards goes back much further than that.
7.
In Antony and Cleopatra, the Shakespeare play of 1623,
50.
Act 2, Scene 5, Cleopatra says to Charmian, "Let's do billiards."
52.
How do you know that? Were you watching it at the time?
Not quite that old. That's actually in the Pots of Gold book that I was mentioning before that Dave wrote.
Oh, the history is incredible of this game. Absolutely fantastic. The old stats, the great players, the trophies, you say, and the rest of the competitions. Incredible. Really gives any aspiring players something to look up to. But Dave is back top of the table, taking full advantage, winning the safety battle again. And again, he'll be thinking,
65.
I need to retain the table till the bell goes.
67. 70. 73. 75. 78. 80. Walk line warning at 80.
Line warning again. He's had no problem so far.
83.
He's left himself the red in the corner with an angle
85.
just like this every time, and no problems yet. Just to make sure the yellow doesn't go in the angles. Oh, it's gone in the pocket.
88.
Oh, he's in trouble now. That could be end of break again.
Yeah, you could say it was a fluke, but not really, because it was unlucky. Oh,
Talk about flukes.
93.
It's funny, I thought as well he'd be straight down to play safety shots. That's how he's managed it so far, but no, he fancied the screwing off. White was behind the spot, so semi-safe. But yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do about that. And now you can see the red plays one good positional shot. He's back. Okay, he couldn't put the cue ball up the pocket, but he's fine. He can make the in-off red. No, he couldn't, so he had to play a cannon. So yeah, it's still having to go away from the top of the table now, but he won't be bothered. He's made 100 again, keeping Dhruv off the table. There's some history for you.
Yeah, the two brothers, Joe and Fred Davis, going head-to-head in 1948 in Liverpool.
Green 6.
The first ever World Championship was in 1927. Joe Davis beat Tom Dennis. Not too far from here, actually, in Campkins Billiards Hall in Birmingham. But that same year,
Nila.
Joe Davis couldn't win the billiards title. He lost to Tom Newman at the Orme Hall in Manchester. And back then, of course, billiards was the granddaddy. It was the major game. Snooker was very much the poor relation.
Yeah, it was about that era, wasn't it, that snooker came in and started turning the tide.
Yeah, I think the same thing has happened in pool, because for many a year it was rotation, it was straight pool, 14-1 as they call it, that was the game. And then other forms
92.
have taken over, and now 9-ball rules the roost. There's John Roberts, look, against Edward Diggle. 121 years ago that was.
Incredible, isn't it?
28.
Fantastic. There's a lot of memorabilia around this club. It's amazing to have a look round.
130.
Well, that's one thing that David Causier and Landywood Snooker Club have got in common. They're both exceptional. You go around the world to different snooker clubs, and I've seen more than I would care to remember, and I think this is the very best. It's beautifully appointed, great conditions, and as you say, some terrific memorabilia. And there's the greatest of the lot, Walter Lindrum in action.
Yeah, the conditions, everybody says it, Phil. I played here this week as well as my first visit here, and yeah, extremely impressed. Looking forward to coming back, to be honest. It really is exceptional. So this shot needs to work out. That is absolutely perfect. I mean, the shot making ability is incredible, to judge the pace, to get the contact exactly right. I think there's no doubt in my mind, you know, he's the best shot maker at this game.
145. 147.
Now, when you're this far in front, I suppose it's important to set yourself goals, and maybe the goal, of course, you know, would be to be still at the table when the session is completed in just under 17 minutes' time.
Yep, and the scoreline's just going in one direction at the minute. Dhruv has not been able to get in.
155.
Dave, I think, has had consecutive visits here without response from Dhruv, and so from Dhruv's perspective, he really wants Dave to break down very soon so he can himself get 100 maybe plus on the board at halfway and feel as though he has a chance still. But nothing he can do sitting in his seat.
165. $168.
This is really impressive. Just playing, it seems, with total freedom.
He is. He's slightly out of position here. Yeah, took the pot on. Not going to fluke that time. That's how confident he is. He didn't take long to consider taking the pot red on. He could have tried a thin cannon or a cannon off the cushion, but he'd be frustrated about it. He wants to stay on the table, but he knew as well Dhruv's cue ball is on the top rail. Any shot, unless he left a ball over the pocket, would be tough, and this is extremely tough. Very thin. Oh, great shot. Great shot. So he wants to hope that red isn't on the rail. Give himself a chance of the in-off. I'm not sure. He's having a look at it. It may not be... Oh, yeah, that looks too close to the rail, doesn't it? So that's unfortunate. Back to safety. If he can pot the yellow, he would have been able to double bolt. So disappointing, but he's got to hope he gets another chance. Dave's got a slow pot white down the rail. If this goes in, then he'll have the advantage. A little bit of counter mouse again. And really, Dhruv, you know, we can't... sorry, I think he'll want to, you know, make sure he wins this safety battle now, because he needs to make something of the last 14 minutes, really. He might try and maybe take on a shot, you know, like this pot red. He maybe wouldn't otherwise. Trying to get back into the match and give himself something to play for. It's not an easy position. He's been frozen out of the game now for the last 30 plus minutes. Now, I'm not sure we'll see Dave going for anything now, unless it's a mistake. Sitwala, but it's no good to Dhruv at the minute playing safe. That's the problem.
Yeah, to suggest that Causier is running down the clock with 163 minutes left would be ridiculous, but maybe every second counts. Certainly it's no detriment to Causier to continue this safety exchange.
Yeah, he's had a couple of chances. He could have potted the Dave's cue ball there and made a double bulk. So I kind of think you have to be making those shots now. Tried the double. Chance of potting the yellow, but not quite. Yeah, all a bit cagey now. Keep going for that double. He's got it. Yeah, well done. So he's got half a chance if he can set up a decent angle pot red or an off. Oh, that's not what he wanted. But I think it's okay, as he's left to run through an off red. Not perfect, though. Dave isn't going to take any chances. Just leave it all for Dhruv to do. Looks like it might be okay. They're not perfect, but these number 10 cloths and the conditions being so good. Yeah, no real problem to get the screw on needed. Now, he's got a chance. 11 minutes to go. 100 unfinished will do very nicely. It's a big ask. Made a good start.
Yeah, Sitwala just looking for any form of encouragement.
10. Thirteen.
That cue ball was a wriggler. He's at the point, really, when he can't afford to make many mistakes, if any.
Yeah, I think it's kind of critical now. Stay on the table, get to the halfway stage at the table so he can come back, think about, reflect over the session, be in play when he comes back. You've got to consider you've still got a chance. But he doesn't need to hurry. As you say, there's plenty of time left. There's another 2.5 hour session to go. There's no hurry. Just take your time. Stay on the table.
21.
Sounds easy.
23.
It's a pretty good shot. And it was not perfect at all, but it's okay. Round the table stuff. Playing off the red. Nicely done.
26.
Let's take its time. That was a lovely shot. Bit of a thickish, almost 3/4 ball run through off the yellow. But now set up a lovely drop cannon. Gets the contact just right. Doesn't get a cover. It's a little bit awkward. Tricky pot red if he decides to go for it. Looks like he's having a go. Yeah, it was tricky. It was missable. Maybe he didn't have to play it, but he saw the opportunity there to get to the top.
And to be brutally honest, at this stage, given the arrears he faces, for Sitwala, making 28 just does not cut the mustard.
6.
Yeah, as I say, maybe he didn't have to play the pot red. He obviously would have fancied getting it. But, yeah, it's certainly frustrating for him. And now, now Dave's got the opportunity to take the rest of the session out. Not perfect either. He's on the wrong side of the red. I doubt he'll be looking at run through red. I'm sure he'll look to pot it and come around the angles, leave himself a cannon back from white to red, or maybe even another in off red. Could potentially play that as well. It looks like he will go in off red instead and play the safe shot. Nose on the table. Run a few reds. 6 minutes to go. Yeah, and if Dave does stay on the table, now Drew's got to sit there and reflect on that shot at the halfway point. Which is going to knock his confidence a bit. However, we've been saying that there's 2.5 hours left after this. considerable lead.
27.
Not hit that one hard enough. The red has come out of bulk, but only just. You might half be thinking here of pot whites and
22.
safety, you know, but actually that's okay. The whites come out far enough to leave a cannon.
34.
In last year's final,
37.
Causier beat Robert Hall 2,088 to 1,109, so he's on course to score even more points than that, and also to win by a much wider margin.
Yep, nice shot there. Not easy, thin shots down the rail. No problem though.
Then Causier, 42.
Almost looks a bit casual on that. Obviously thought he had the angle to make it. Okay, so Dhruv can put that behind him now. 4 minutes to go. But not an easy shot. Not sure if that's there. That's there. Yeah. Okay. So he had enough side on to pull the white in.
2.
I can recall at least 4 occasions where Causier has missed an in-off, 2 to the middle, and now 2 to that pocket.
That's
Mistakes have been
surprising.
few and far between, but yeah, that's the surprising aspect of it. He's missed 4 of them.
But look at the lead he's got. He's obviously got away with it. He hasn't been punished for it. So it's gone slightly scrappy. They'll be very conscious of the clock. Got to stay switched on.
10. Thirteen. 15.
Not perfect. If you can reach it, that's okay. Left-handed. Nice shot. So, just going to be taking his time.
18.
Be on the table. You've got to have that belief you can get back into it in the second session. So, yeah, the odds will be stacked massively against him.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it, stranger things have happened in terms of a full-scale Sitwala comeback, but not very often.
Twenty-four. 26.
It's not perfect again. Slightly loose. A few shots. To get close control back, but at this stage it's all about just staying on the table, taking your time, making the next shot. That's well potted.
29. 31.
Okay, chance again to get back to the top. 47 seconds. He really wants this to work out. If he can get perfect top of the table, this could drop cannon, maybe another cannon, leave a pot red. get to the top, mark the balls, have a drink, think about the second session, what he's capable of. He's obviously played some fantastic stuff to get here. Got to keep that belief going. I think he's going to do it, so he's going to be at top of the table when the bell goes, hopefully.
Yeah, one more shot left, maybe. So that is session over with Dhruv Sitwala at the table in a promising break building position. One has to say that.
At 4:30. 4:30 we will resume the second half of the final.
So Sitwala on a break of 43, but quite clearly the man in control is the defending champion, David Causier. We have 1 hour now between sessions, and when they resume, so will we. Welcome back, everyone, to the second and concluding session of the World Billiards Championship final of 2025. There you can see the scoreline. David Causier of England in a very commanding position. He leads Dhruv Sitwala of India by 698 points, 1,114 to 416. Although Sitwala is at the table promisingly positioned on an unfinished break of 43. We had an hour off between sessions, so will that cool down the Indian player who badly needs to play mistake-free billiards from here on in to stand any chance. It's a 5-hour final, 2.5 hours remain, so overcoming that 698-point deficit is not impossible, but given the excellence of David Causier, who is, of course, the defending champion, Sitwala recovery would be deemed highly unlikely.
Both our players, Mr. Dhruv Sitwala and Mr. Dave Causier. So 2.5 hours, Steve. I will leave it to yourself to start the clock.
Angus McAnally doing the honours there. Our referee is Steve Harrison, and we're just about to begin the second portion of this match, which has been high quality so far. And talking of high quality, I'm sitting next to a man who earlier in this championship put together a break of 147. Just a pity, Chris Coombe, that is, it wasn't snooker.
45.
Yeah, how you doing, Phil? Thanks for that. Yeah, pity it was not a maximum, but nevertheless it was a nice number, I guess. But great to be here, and Dhruv Sitwala, like you say, has got a lot of work to do. But he knows he'll need to score a lot heavier. He's not had a 100-plus break yet in this final, so... But at least he came to the table in a nice position after that hour-long break there.
Yeah, the numbers so far. Sitwala has had breaks of 86, 98 and 92. David Causier, 167, 120, 206, 295 and 168. So you can understand why he is in such a dominant position.
55.
Yeah, he's such a hard man to stop when he gets into full flow, David Causier. But that drop cannon that you saw there was a nice opportunity for Dhruv to get into a good scoring position. All so close together, it looks so easy, but you might just be able to get a little sequence here of cannons and then end up in a nice position. But at least he's at the table. That's what he needs to do, and keep Causier sat down for as long as he can. But the hour-long interval there can change the flow. You see it in snooker, and perhaps it gave Dhruv the chance to just reflect on what's gone on, maybe gather his thoughts, and start again.
Yeah, you're so right about intervals in snooker changing matches. It happens all the time, and that's just a 15 or 20 minute break, let alone a 1 hour hiatus.
He's such a lovely player to watch. I'm sure it was mentioned during this coverage, the lovely cue action and the push through of the cue. Dhruv gets a lot of action on the ball with very little effort, it seems.
We don't know why this is the case, but it is the case that left-handers in all sports, they're aesthetically pleasing, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. He's got a lovely, just general technique and style around the table.
72.
I think Dhruv plays mostly billiards, not much snooker, I believe, which is interesting because a lot of the Indian players do practice a fair bit of snooker.
Well, I think with the cue action he's got, he would be able to compete at a reasonably high level, because it's definitely orthodox and it works. They're playing the qualifiers for the Scottish Open on the snooker tour at the moment, and this morning Krish Gubazani, Dhruv Sitwala's fellow Indian player, was whitewashed by the current women's world champion Bayu Liu. She's a fine player.
Yeah, it's interesting and great to see some Indian players on the World Snooker Tour.
The most prominent now is Ishpreet Singh Chadha, who was a semi-finalist in the English Open last season. And I spoke to Ishpreet and said, have you played much billiards? And he said, not at all.
Well, that's surprising, really, because billiards is such a strong sport in India, and the amount of great players that have come from India over the years and have passed that knowledge on to the next generation, and certainly the billiards fraternity there is they've got several strong players. Unfortunately, a couple of them couldn't make it to this championship this year for various reasons, personal situations, for example, but I'm sure they'll be delighted to see Dhruv here in the final.
$92.
Of course, the brilliant Pankaj Advani reached the final of the other major event that we've had in this calendar year in Carlo, the World Match Play Final in April, in an exciting final game finish.
94.
But sadly, he wasn't able to be here this year. But
Fault line crossed.
Dhruv is certainly flying the flag well for India here. But he's, like as we said, got a very tough task on his hands at the moment.
And so now, on the cusp of his first century of the match.
nicely controlled. That screwing off is a lot harder than it looks, that. These cloths are so reactive, the same conditions that you would see in professional snooker, but we talk about Dhruv's cue action, it's certainly designed for these conditions, I would say.
103.
This will certainly help him to settle down at the start of this session.
Well, Chris,
106.
before we get to the end of proceedings, and we have to concentrate on what's going on out on the table, just like to congratulate you and the team at World Billiards for another really successful event. Not just this one, of course, but also the English Open here at Landywood Snooker Club last weekend.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, it's really been a successful event. We've had 55 players in the World Championship and 60 in the English Open, which was the entry limits. Players from all around the world, and the conditions here, as we often say, are fantastic. Paul Lloyd, the owner of the club and also one of our directors as well, has really provided the best possible playing conditions here, and yeah, fitting for a championship like this.
150.
Judge that one beautifully. Now, I believe going forward, we've got the Queensland Open in November, then we've got the British Open last week of November down in Torquay, and we're back here in Landywood for the UK Championship in January.
Sitwala, 115.
Oh, Dhruv is guilty of a howler, and that's something he simply cannot afford.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed with that. Dave Causier is straight out of his seat, and he was ready to pounce on any mistake there.
3.
He'll be disappointed at that, but a nice contribution. But of course, Dhruv Sitwala knows he needs to score much heavier. But yes, there's a busy calendar coming up. The Torquay tournament is a brand new venue that recently opened
8.
earlier this year. The Q Sports Academy. They've got pool, snooker tables, a Chinese 8-ball table, and yeah, great facilities. So we look forward to playing there. And then, as you say, back here for the UK Championship at the end of January at Landywood, which is another very historic event. Lots of illustrious names on that trophy for sure.
13.
Well, Torquay many moons ago hosted a world ranking snooker event, the European Open. It was played at the Palace Hotel.
Well, it's interesting, and certainly that part of the world has always been quite strong for snooker and billiards, but it's the first time we've held a World Billiards event in that part of the country, so it's been quite a lot of interest already, so it promises to be a good one. Not too far away from Plymouth, which is where I'm from, and I know that's been a venue over the years for lots of big tournaments as well, snooker on the snooker circuit.
Yeah, we've had some great ones down at Plymouth. One of the most exciting finals I think I ever commentated on was there when Nigel Bond in the British Open beat John Higgins 9-8 after needing a snooker in the deciding frame with 5 reds left. Not quite the same predicament as Sitwala finds himself in here.
Absolutely, yeah.
26.
White has just run on there. It's gone into bulk, so Dave Causier will have to play some in-offs off the red to bring it up near to the white, so he can bring that back into a good position.
29.
Making full use of the D there. We often see that. Just you can check with the referee if the player would like to get clarification that the cue ball is correctly positioned.
Chris, I'm going to tell you a very painful story. It must have been 1980, 81. I was playing in the British Under-19s Championship at the Commonwealth Sporting Club in Blackpool. No longer exists. And I got a really good chance of winning a match, which would have got me through to play John Parrott in the next round. And I've got no ambitions about going on to win the title or anything like that, but it would have been a real pleasure to play John. Anyway, got this chance. My opponent went in off, needed one more frame to win. Potted the opening red out of the D, or at least I thought I had. The cloth had been stretched. There were 2 Ds and I'd put the white in the wrong one. The referee called me for a foul and I lost the match.
Wow. That would make a lot of us lose some sleep, I think, Phil.
Well, you know me, I never stopped talking, right? So I couldn't speak for 2 days. I was so sick.
Incredible.
8.
Yeah, but a lot of shots in billiards, as I'm sure our viewers have seen, the players need to make use of the full width of the D to make an angle for if you've got a very wide in off or a very narrow in off. But Dhruv Sitwala will be pleased to be back at the table again after missing that pot red earlier, a few moments ago.
14.
But just going back to what you were saying a few moments ago, Phil, about how this tournament has gone, the other big factor in the success of the event is the team that we've got of all the referees, and they've done a really fantastic job. And great to see Steve Harrison here doing his first refereeing duties of a world final.
19.
We've had a team of referees from Korea, Rocky Chan from Hong Kong, Australia, and Austria, Ireland, England. So it's been a real international field of referees as well as players.
22.
A lot of concentration needed, especially for counting hazards, pots off the spot, bulk line crossings. So there's, and then the matches can be quite long as well.
25.
Yeah, I would say, in terms of having to do all of the aforementioned, billiards referees have to be really on it, don't they? Really on it.
Especially the counting of the hazards. I mean, with the top players, it's not too often that they would go into a long sequence of in-offs, but that can still happen, and it can happen at any time. So a player might play a few in-offs, and you, as a referee, would need to be aware of how many hazards they're playing so that the warning can be given at 10. And that can easily catch you out if your mind is focused on something else. But
So when it comes to the bulk line crossing, when you get close to 100, now in snooker, when a player makes 2 foul and misses and they can see a ball on,
32.
they then have to be warned by the referee, because if they were to make a 3rd such foul, that would be end of frame. But the thing is, occasionally, and it happened a couple of times in quick succession last season, the referees forget after 2 such fouls, and then if a player does make the 3rd foul and they haven't been warned, you don't lose the frame. So what would happen in the case of here if they weren't warned about the bulk line crossing?
yeah, it's an interesting one. In that case, if, for instance, a player was on 77, potted the red, so the referee should obviously call 80, bulk line warning. If that warning didn't come at that time and was given at, say, 90 points in the break, then the player has 20 points from that moment to make the crossing. It's very rare that a referee would make that mistake, but like I say, it can happen, of course. We've seen it in snooker, as you've described, and players are normally have it in their minds that it's going to happen. So, yeah, at least that's the situation that should that occur. But it's amazing how they come up with the crossing, especially when it's in open play, because it's not quite so easy to cross the bulk line when you're playing open play. At the top of the table, it's automatic really for players of this caliber to leave themselves the angle on the pot red and then cross the bulk line, but in open play it's a bit more thought is involved. That was a good shot there. He was queuing down on that shot just to get a slightly wider angle for the cannon so he could catch the top side of the red. He's still going to have to go around the table when he pots this red. I don't think he can hold it. In off looks very thin, so I think we'll see possibly a bolt one crosser when it's not actually needed, although he is looking at possibly a cannon from yellow to red here. That's another option.
53.
That's quite a good shot. It had a bit of a jumble there of the balls, but there was some thought behind that. He knew that the yellow was going to collide as it came back off the cushion, and I think he would have been unlucky not to have enough a cannon to go at.
Sitwala, 53.
That was an unexpected one. I think he tried to... I can only imagine he must have tried a thin cannon there because I was surprised by that.
2.
But that could be the error that leads to his demise. Yes, we've still got 2 hours, 12 minutes to go. But if Causier were to make a big break from here, then all of a sudden the deficit would be yawning. I will say this about this final. For all of the excellence, and I think it's been terrific to watch, we have seen some really unexpected mistakes from both.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's interesting. And I was talking to Darren Clark, who reached his first World Championship semi-final, and he was just saying, based on his first experience of reaching that stage of the event, how draining it can be on the concentration. Obviously, Causier and Sitwala are both used to this sort of environment and that sort of schedule, but
13.
it's a lot of concentration, and it certainly can lead to some unexpected mistakes. And obviously you've got the pressure of the situation as well.
16.
Lent into that one. Bit of body English.
Yeah, he didn't quite get on the right contact that he wanted on the red, but
20.
this is quite a nice position though, of drop cannon. Got a nice view of the angle there.
22.
Such an important part of the drop cannons is not only the pace, but getting the right connection on the red. So many times you can run out of position, or I certainly find it, from where you might play it at the correct pace, but you hit the wrong side of the red. In that case, he
25.
pushed the red towards the pocket, but if he got the other side by mistake, then he could have been out of position. But
8.
he's so instinctive, Dave Causier. I mean, even when he pots even when he's potting the red, he has his sort of walk into the shot is perhaps not as noticeable as maybe some snooker players, but he's just so instinctive in it. More often than not, he's down on the correct line and he can pot them at pace as well.
Over the years, you'll see a lot of really fast snooker players who basically play at a really high rate of knots because they are so nervous and they can't control themselves. That's not the case with Causier at all. As you say, he sees the shots so quickly, and playing at this pace, that fits like a glove for him.
42. 45. 47.
it looked like he had to play that with plenty of check side to narrow the angle. Having to rely on a bit of, well, luck almost, but less precision than he would have liked, shall we say, on that positional aspect of that cannon. He wouldn't have known exactly where the balls were going to go, except for just hoping that they finish in the middle of the table. It's going a bit awkward now, but he might have an in-off red or a cannon.
55.
Even those shots are so tricky to judge because the cue ball arcs to a certain degree when it hits the cushion.
I think he's taken his game to such a high level, Causier, over the years that,
58.
yes, he'd want to be top of the table, scoring easy points. Who wouldn't? But when it comes to a situation like this, when the break is adventurous,
61.
I think he views it as a challenge.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Phil.
63.
And by that drop cannon there, enough a nice view of that. It's got the whites nicely behind the spots.
65.
Red's dropped in there. Probably would have preferred it to be over the pocket, but it's not too much of an issue. Playing this nice recovery cannon, and
70.
I think we'll be seeing him back in prime position very shortly. He's just converted that slightly tricky position into, well, prime position, and he'll get a bulk line warning soon, so that will work in his favour if he can get to the top.
Causier's use of side either for cannons or to coax a ball in. We've seen it so often today. Whether it's running or check side, he's a master of it.
80. Auckland warning at 80. $83. 85.
Yeah, he just didn't quite leave himself the angle for the pot that he was looking for, I think, a couple of shots ago. This is where the bulk line crossing rule does add a layer of challenge, really, even for these players.
Yes, if it wasn't there, the breaks these guys would make would be off the charts.
I know in snooker there's all sorts of stats that are available. It's incredible for, as a viewer of the snooker on TV, the statistics that are available. But it'd be interesting if there was one for billiards where the percentage of breaks that ended through the bulk line crossing adding a complication to it. But successfully negotiated it that time. Still a bit of work to do.
97. 100.
Red's gone awkward there. He could have ended up in the pocket. I'm sure he would have been delighted if that was the case, but one of Causier's trademark recovery shots, but not quite on this occasion.
100.
No, when he hit the first cushion, it was clear he was going to be a little narrow on that. It's around 100, so that means he's now made 4 centuries and 2 double centuries in the match.
So often in billiards, it's not just the scoring that you make, but also what chance you leave your opponent that can make a big difference. And on this occasion there, he's not left Dhruv a great opportunity. I'm sure he'll just be pleased to be back at the table, but this is far from easy.
Dhruv Sitwala 6.
That was a fraction away from that. Just slid off the top cushion slightly. But I guess that's another example. The white just went up far enough towards the middle pocket to leave the screwing off, and this is a nice chance.
Yeah, Causier 2.
Now, if you're going to say there's been a weakness in Causier's game today, it might well be missing a few in-offs to the middle pocket. I think that's the third time he's done it.
Yeah, that in-off was just slightly more difficult because it was thinner than half ball, and he just had to avoid that near draw, which are so tight on these tables. But yeah, Dhruv will be disappointed to miss that pot there.
But with a 700 point plus lead and in pretty good position here, prospects are looking increasingly rosy for the defending champion.
Yeah, Dave will be feeling pretty relaxed now, I'm sure. I know he won't be thinking that he's already... he won't be thinking about his presentation speech yet, I don't think, but he'll be just staying in the moment. But he'll certainly have got himself into a good frame of mind here now with this lead, obviously. And I'm sure even Joe will be realising now that this is getting
15.
very difficult now to potentially catch up.
$18. 20. 23. 25. 27.
A couple of little covers. As you can see, the ball's lined up.
29.
The knees buckled a little when he took the cue ball off the side cushion, and he wasn't quite sure whether he'd made that cannon.
Yeah, he just grazed the red, but the outcome wasn't ideal from his point of view. But sending the ready to bolt now, Dhruv will be expecting to be double bolt when he comes back to the table in a few seconds' time.
Yes, Dave Causier 34. Sitwala.
You've always got to ideally leave yourself a shot. So, with where the yellow and the red is, Causier knows he has a pot available, though it looks quite straight. So, Dhruv Sitwala is happy to play that safety miss. Not trying to disturb the balls there because he knows that he can leave it safe. But what's safe for Causier there? That's that recovery shot there. White's come down nicely.
4.
Very hard to keep this man safe, isn't it, Phil?
I think at the end of any world championship, whether it be pool, snooker, billiards, you name it, it's always a satisfying feeling when the best in the business gets his hand on the trophy. And I think that's going to be the case today. I really do.
Well, that yellow looks to be just out of bulk there, which is interesting. I think we'll be seeing a short Jenny or a cannon off the side cushion.
Quite simply, Sitwala needs a really big score to change the complexion of the match.
Yeah, he definitely needs to score heavily here. We know he's capable of doing so. He's had many big breaks in the past, but as is the case in these big finals, it's doing it when you really need it.
6.
but his last 16 match with Martin Goodwill. Apologies if this has already been mentioned, but what a cracking match that was to win by 1 point. I mean, I was watching and Dhruv wasn't actually at the table at the time, but Martin Goodwill was rushing around trying to score in the last second. And he had a shot, I think, that he could have scored from a cannon, but just ran out of time as his hand hit the table. The buzzer went. Incredible. But I think Dhruv Sitwala said he's had quite a few close finishes. He was saying in 2010 he beat Geet Sethi by 1 point in the semi-finals when he wasn't at the table at the time, and he was telling me about another situation when he won by a point and he was also sat down at the time. So that's an interesting history. You don't see it very often, but he's obviously got some
13.
close finishes on his playing record.
Yeah, it was truly remarkable. I think it has been mentioned earlier, Chris, but it's one of those classic encounters that if it was mentioned 7 times, it wouldn't be overdoing it.
Seventeen.
Sitwala's personal best break in a match is 654. A replication of that here would get everyone rather excited.
Yeah, it certainly would. And there's a nice turnout here at Landywood for the final. A lot of enthusiasts who have come to watch, and some have travelled a fair distance as well, and I'm sure they'll all be hoping for this final to continue, and hopefully the outcome is prolonged in terms of Dhruv staying in this match. But it is certainly a tall order now. But he has a huge pride of performance, though, as do all the top players, so he won't be throwing a towel in or anything. He'll be playing in his usual way and
25.
and to keep going as he has done throughout this tournament. That was a nice drop cannon there. Nice contact on the red. Nice fall in the face. Yellow's come around, and I think he can pot this red without any awkward queuing.
Sitwala, 32.
Well, for the second time in this session, we see Sitwala leave the table after missing, really surprisingly, what for these guys is a bread and butter cannon.
Yeah, that was surprising. I'm not quite sure what happened there, to be honest. Almost like he tried to play a bit of check off the cushion to cannon from red to white, but just seemed to misjudge it, really. And yeah, certainly tough for him now. But I didn't expect him to miss it.
Yeah, a miss is a miss. But I think what was the most shocking about that, astounding actually, was the amount he missed it by.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it wasn't. Sometimes when you have to play with a check side cannon off the cushion, you can just miss it by a whisker or something, or something like that. But yeah, that was a real misjudgment. Perhaps he even got a bad contact or something. I'm not entirely sure. It's difficult to make out, but again, he's left Dave in a great position now, dropping that white behind the spots, red over the other middle pocket. They're waiting to be potted. So
21.
Sure, Drew's heart will sink slightly when he can see that perfect top of the table position has been developed here by Dave.
26.
Sometimes, Chris had said that it's vulgar to talk about money, but I don't think so. The prize money this year has gone up, is it 50%?
Yeah, we've been able to increase the prize pool by 50%, which
31.
is a real positive step in the right direction. Hopefully that will be well, the first step of many steps forward in terms of the prize money, but for now we're quite pleased with how it's increased. So the winner will get £7,500 compared to £5,000 last year.
38.
And the WPBSA, the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association, have played a big part in that, as well as the support of
41.
Landywood Snooker Club. And it's great to see Jason Ferguson here, the WPBSA chairman, supporting this final, and that's really nice to see. And it's
46.
great to see the increase. And
48.
well, it looks to be going the way of Dave Causier, I have to say.
Yeah, Jason Ferguson was a fine snooker player who has become,
51.
I think, the ultimate Q Sports diplomat. He's here, there, everywhere. The game has flourished under his chairmanship. He's a really good guy, and
54.
as you say, it's good to see him here.
56.
So I'm going to be vacating my seat shortly to
59.
hand over to the world number 3, Rob Hall, who's sat here waiting to give us his valuable insight into this match and the way the tournament has progressed, and we
64.
look forward to hearing his contribution.
Absolutely, an absolute expert in his field.
67.
But thanks very much, Phil. It's great to have you here.
Thanks, Chris. The pleasure is genuinely all mine. I really enjoyed it. And I'm certainly enjoying watching Causier play his trade.
$72. 74.
Yes, joining me in the commentary box for this one is Rob Hall. We share a mutual friend, Stephen Hallworth.
77.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yep. No, he's our local snooker pro. He's back on the tour.
79.
Deservedly so, because he's a great player and he's turning into a good media guy as well, commentator, and pundit.
He most certainly is. He's playing this afternoon, actually, in the Scottish Open qualifiers, so I'll keep an eye on that as the time ticks by.
Yep. Meanwhile, in this match, we're watching here, Dave is doing a Dave. 800 up. 800 in front of Dhruv now, so I think it's all over, isn't it?
People of a certain vintage might remember that funny cricket tape, the one where the Australian commentators are trying to make a match between Australia and Sri Lanka sound interesting, when the Australians had scored 400 and Sri Lanka were 136 for 8, and the director kept saying, build it up, build it up. I think it's a little bit like that here. Yes, there is still a mathematical chance for Sitwala, but it would be truly astonishing, I think, if he came back and won this from here.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, Dave would, for a start, have to stop scoring, and that's not going to happen unless Dhruv holds the table for
96.
such a period of time where he's going to have to lay in hundreds and hundreds of points, which is not impossible, but the way this match has gone, it's incredibly unlikely. So I think we're just at the procession stage now, where Dave's just going to keep on scoring, and I think that margin on the scoreboard is just going to keep growing now. But Dave has deserved the win if it does end up going that way. He's been the outstanding player of the whole week, and he's certainly where he deserves to be.
Rob, you're a phenomenally talented player. You played David in the final last year.
5.
when you're up against him and you know how quickly he can score, how apparently easily he can score, does that put you under extra pressure, the fact that you know a mistake might be very expensive indeed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you play Dave, there's probably not too many players you would think in this way, but you've got to play almost no mistake billiards. You have to play extremely well. There's not many, there's out of the top players, probably top 4 or 5, plus a few that we don't see play very regularly. Playing okay against Dave is just nowhere near enough. You've got to play extremely well, and it's score extremely heavy, and also try and prevent him from scoring by playing good tactical play. And to have all those things come together when you need them in a match against Dave, it's incredibly difficult. I think we've all beat him several times over the years, but his winning run and percentages are just incredible.
He's made a few mistakes today, and the most glaring, the most recurring has been the in off to middle. He's missed it 3-4 times now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can be set up as a really easy shot by setting it as half ball, but if you do that, you don't push the object ball where you want it. So quite often we're making the shot a little bit more difficult, really, in order to gain prime position, whether that's spotting, a bit narrow and hitting thicker, just to drive the object balls on the right lines down the table, and that's where the odd mistake will creep in. Maybe when you're trying to do possibly a little bit too much with the object ball. So that's generally probably where he's missing. But you wouldn't expect him to miss, but at 800 plus in front now, I don't think he'll be too bothered about missing those at this stage.
Yeah. Basically, the dimensions of a billiard table are 12 by 6, but we all know in Q Sports the real dimensions are the space between the ears, and when you go in front by this margin and you're clearly in total command, it is perhaps inevitable that at some point concentration will slip.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dave is a power scorer, and I have to say he rarely takes his foot off the gas, because I just don't think he knows how to do that. He's just so fast, such a heavy scorer that he just keeps going and going and going. And I don't know where he gets his energy levels from, to be quite honest, because he just all day long he'll stomp round the table, smashing big breaks in. So it's great to watch, but it's absolutely not great to play against, let me tell you.
And now well into his 50s, but the skill level and the appetite for success doesn't seem to be diminishing.
No, while he's picking up the prize checks, why would you stop, I know the prize money is not fantastic, but it is growing, which is good for our game. And he's on a winning streak, so absolutely should keep going. I mean, there's a lot of good players in their 50s, Phil. I mean, billiards can be played to a good level, probably in advancing years, more so than snooker. I know it's probably a bit more tactical billiards, but potting is the most accurate stroke in the game. There's a little bit more margin for error for your half balling offs and whatnot, so you don't need to be as accurate in some aspects. As long as you're thinking clearly and trying to do the right things, I think you can play well, probably well into your 60s, to be quite honest. Maybe even more. It has happened in the past where players of that age have played exceptionally well.
So Sitwala, 26.
Dhruv has found the gap there. It's amazing how many times that happens when there's just enough room for the cue ball to get through and you find the gap. Playing the shot in the way he did guaranteed Dave an easy starter. He's off again.
Heard it say that David Causier has done everything in the game, and he has pretty much. The one thing he hasn't done, though, is successfully defend the long form of the World Championship. But I think he's going to put that to rights in the next 103 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't actually know that. If you had asked me whether he had or not, I would have said he would have done. But nobody's, to be honest with you, nobody's got close to him this week. I played him yesterday in the semi-final, and
9.
I started okay, but then he got going. And he's a front runner, Dave. When he gets in front of you, it's very, very difficult to peg him back. One, because he doesn't miss, and two, because he's extremely quick, and that scoreboard goes up at a hell of a rate when he's at the table. It feels like you're only a couple of hundred behind, and then 20 minutes later you're 500 behind. And trying to stop that happening is, like I said earlier, you've got to play exceptionally good billiards and make very few mistakes. And nobody's managed to do that against him this week, and this is the result.
Yeah, the long form of the championship, he won it in 2015, 2017, 2022, and last year he lost in the final in 2023 to Peter Gilchrist.
24.
And I think in billiards history, that was one of the most extraordinary matches you'll ever see, because that day, the great man wasn't great. He was anything but, and yet it was just a pure anomaly.
Yeah, he struggled. I mean, there's obviously rivals between those two players. They've been number 1 and 2
28.
in the world for quite some time now. And listen, Peter's an exceptionally good player, and he's quite clever. You know, he would have had a game plan that day of how to try and deal with Dave's scoring. And
31.
I was there. I was in the room that day when that match happened, and Peter played just a nice, probably fairly slow for him, just keeping Dave off the table, trying to play, the correct shots, not taking too many risks, and that coupled with
27.
Dave not performing particularly well, ended up in the result it did. But I mean, some would say it was a little bit of a surprise. But listen, Peter's a great player, and if you speak to Peter about any match he plays against anybody, he'll always fancy the job. So it wouldn't have been a surprise to Peter.
No, I don't think the result was, that astounding. It was just the fact that Causier, his scoring was entirely blunted, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you get behind, and Dave, trust me, Dave doesn't find himself behind all that often. And sometimes when Dave, as great as he is, pressure does funny things to you, Phil. It's changes your decision making and changes your ability to cue, to see shots. Your patterns start changing, and that was just an example that day where Peter got some pressure on Dave, and a few cracks started to appear, and they kind of manifested themselves as the match went on, and Peter capitalised on a poor match by Dave. But I honestly don't know if Dave's played that badly since that day, to be honest. He's lost matches, but it's not very often you can come away from a match and go, Dave played bad.
Well, last season he won 8 ranking titles.
53.
Yeah, he went on a really unbelievable streak. I think, I'm not sure how long ago it was. It was thick end of 2 years, I think, where he was virtually unbeaten.
55.
I think Peter winning that 23 championships was a little bit of revenge, because the 22 championships was in Peter's backyard in Singapore,
7.
and Dave won that, and Peter wasn't too happy and got his revenge back here in the UK the following year.
59.
It's positions like this. I mean, there's no way he's played to leave that, but he's pushed the balls into a position where he's got every chance of leaving something. Same as that shot there. That's all about the pace on the white, trying to get it back to do the ball. If those balls landed 3 feet apart, that stun cannon he's played would have been much more difficult. So it's table management with Dave. He's always just trying to get get a ball into a good scoring position. Not always bothered about all 3 balls.
And the decision-making process is so rapid, it's almost instantaneous.
Well, it's almost like he's not making decisions, isn't it? To be honest, he always seems to be on a shot that he's comfortable with and kind of expecting to leave. And when you do that, then there's not a lot of head scratching going on. He knows roughly where he's going to be and what he's going to be left. So his thought process is extremely quick, as is the shot itself.
He screwed that cue ball in off into the middle, and he was so desperate to play quickly. He must have caught it as it fell.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he's played the purposeful 6 shot there because we know he had a drop cannon
82.
next shot. Some players wouldn't do that; they'll just play, the pot red to leave another in off red off the spot
84.
and go via that route. But it's quite, I personally think Dave takes quite a few shortcuts to get to the top of the table, but I don't say that in a negative way because huge majority of the time they come off. There's more methodical ways of the shot patterns and routines that you can play that doesn't necessarily include maybe quite as much risk. But I mean, Dave's seen these positions tens of thousands of times in the past. He just knows what's happening.
Well, what you're saying is a little like the darting phenomenon. Luke Littler, occasionally he gets criticism for
97.
unorthodox checkouts, but if he can do it, why not?
Yeah, it's just a slightly different method, isn't it? And breaking the mould, if you like. But I mean, I think it's good for the game that people have different ways of seeing it. And I've joked with Dave because of the style he plays. It's very free flowing, quite open in patches. I've joked with him for many years, saying he's by far the best bad billiard player I've ever seen. I think it would be difficult to model your game on the style that Dave plays, but it's quite unique, and he's pretty much mastered what he does. Doesn't really try and change it. It's working. I do a lot of coaching, and I wouldn't necessarily coach this style of billiards, but you can't argue with it. It's so good that
13.
well, the results speak for themselves, don't they? In the breaks, and every event at the minute is making 500 plus breaks. Usually several of them.
118.
I think he's only made 500 plus this year with a 599.
120.
And that's maybe all he's thinking about in this match now. Can he improve on that? That'll probably be a little goal he's got going on because there's extra prize money. I think it's £1 a point. So
123.
Dave loves earning a few quid, so he'll be trying to week out a bit more money out of the event, I would say.
Well, the way he plays, he deserves every single penny. He is an absolute sporting maestro.
Yeah, I think the top billiard players in the world of sport. I know it's a minority sport, really, but they deserve not only more money but more appreciation from the wider sporting community, even the Q Sports community. It's amazing how many of the snooker players on tour have got little to no knowledge about billiards, not only playing it but about the players and events. And
37.
I speak to snooker players from time to time, and they don't even realise it's still being played.
39.
Well, this is only a small thing, but how about this? The BBC Sports Personality of the Year Awards in December every year. It seems to me that an awful lot of British world champions are invited.
45.
Why isn't Dave Causier invited? Because he most certainly deserves his place there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I suspect it's because there's very little of the mainstream sporting channels, mainstream media, whatever you call it, that cover the game. So Unfortunately, if Dave turned up at that awards and got a mention, everyone would turn around and go, "Who's Dave Causier?" Which is very sad, isn't it? Because he's so good. Like you say, he deserves every bit of success that he's getting.
Yeah, I don't know for sure whether he is invited or not to the Sports Personality of the Year award, but I'm just saying...
If he was, he would be calling everybody and telling them.
Well, he should be. We've got a comment from a YouTube viewer, Real AMC. Hi Rob, your coaching back in June helped me recently hit my highest 1 hour score of 296. Annoyed to get that close to the 300 mark, but the target is there.
Yeah, that's always good to hear, isn't it? When people are pleased with
160.
the coaching they've been receiving and whatnot. So well done to that guy, and keep practicing, keep doing the right things, and those numbers will grow for sure.
163.
So Dave's just he's still fighting a little bit here, but he's in more or less floating white position.
167.
Floating white obviously being a method of top of the table, those that don't know the terms.
172. 174.
In this position, I'm not sure what his shot time would be, but it will be 6 to 7 seconds, probably less.
And 180. Walk line warning at 80.
So he's using the centre spot method to cross the bulk line. So take 2 reds off the spot, finish low on the red, run in and out of bulk. Tried and tested method. Often people don't use it, but it's incredibly easy way of doing it. Pankaj Advani from India, he uses that method more often than not.
So, Causier fast approaching what would be his 3rd break over 200 of the final.
193.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 1,600 points. I think if you told somebody who knows Dave and knows the game a bit in this day and age, they would say if Dave's only made 3 breaks over 200 and 1,600 points, he's, believe it or not, probably a little bit below par, but he's certainly doing enough for what he needs to do to win this match. So where the white ball is now, he's got it trapped there. Now this method of top of the table is called postman's knock. We call it postman's knock because of the sound that the double kiss makes when you drop onto the white ball.
206.
So he's going to try and make sure that he gets high on this cannon, just to drop onto the white, double kiss, leave a pot red, and he'll be trying,
211.
like you do most of the time at the top of the table, to take 2 pots to every 1 cannon. That maximises your score, basically.
14.
It's what I call the 8-point routine. 2 pots in the cannon is your 8 points. If you miss that extra pot, it's not the end of the world, but you're only scoring 5 points to every cannon. So again, finishing low there, screw back up, 2 pots every time, where possible.
I've mentioned this before, but we've got people joining us all of the time, so I think it's worth a repeat. In this championship, he's had 4 breaks over 300, now had 14 over 200, and in total, he's had
230.
36 of a century or more.
232.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very good. even in the group stages, obviously he's almost, because again, speed of play and not only that, but obviously quality of player is always searching out for that number 1 seed for the knockout. In theory, should give you an easier run to the final. But some of the margins he wins by over in relatively short matches is absolutely incredible. He's regularly scoring 1,000 in 90 minutes, which there's not many players on the planet that can do that. Many that have never done it once, never mind he's doing it probably most of his matches this week. I don't know if you've got the stats for that, Phil, but in his group stages he was scoring 1,000 most matches.
Well, I can tell you exactly the total points scored by David Causier in the group. 4,197 against 414.
Yeah, not bad, is it? His opponents are basically scoring 10% of what he's scoring. So let's say shade over 1,000 to shade over 100 per match. Gives him an average winning margin of what, 900 plus? Which will make him seed 1 in every event if he does that, because nobody else can score at the rate he does.
And now, obviously, with that lead well over 1,000 points, he must know he's won.
Well, we just said there, didn't we? So there's just under 90 minutes to go. And there's only Dave been scoring 1,000, really. I think Peter Gilchrist scored 1,000 in one of his. But so it just goes to show that
261.
yes, Dhruv is he's done here, I think. And he's not the quickest player, Dhruv. So even if he did do something absolutely incredible, very unlikely.
Yeah, left himself quite awkward queuing. It was a really thin cut as well. So no surprise he missed that red, ending the break on 261.
I think it was a shot of, I've done enough now, to be honest. I think if it was a tight match, he would have taken more care over it. That could be unlucky there if he's pushed both those balls into bulk. Some would say bad shot, saying that he should never have clashed into the other ball, but even so, that is unlucky. He's got no choice but to go for this now, because of the scoreboard. Oh, nice shot. Not sure if you can get enough there, yellow cushion first. Even that's quite unlucky. He's played a really nice cannon there, and you would have been hoping for a scoring shot off that yellow to try and get that out of bulk, but that's nicely cued actually. He's hit that well. You're playing this enough to leave enough into the centre pocket.
10.
He's still okay. Left the long loser. But I can tell you now, he was definitely hoping to leave one into the centre pockets.
Dhruv, Sitwala, 10.
Surprise miss, but I think it's a miss from a beaten man, I'm afraid.
2.
It'd be very, very difficult now probably for both players to motivate themselves to push on. Dave doesn't need to, and Dhruv knows the match is over. I mean, I suppose this is a bit of a negative for this particular format, because you do get some dead period in matches where the match is over way before.
Causier, 7.
I don't know quite what happened there. You know, you get periods at end of matches where the result's already determined, and it's not great for both players, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely agree. The counter argument, of course, is that a match of this length, championship with matches of a goodly length, identify the best players, don't they? And so consequently, the real champions emerge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think there has been mention before of kind of a mercy rule where a player can concede. I suppose it's like snooker to a certain degree when they know they can't win a frame. Set the balls up, don't you? Probably not great for viewing and people watching the streams and what have you. But like I say, this match, I actually like the long up format where it's first to so many points. To say,
10.
I mean, maybe what would you use for this kind of thing? Maybe 1,500, maybe 2,000. At least the match is always alive. I mean, the outcome still might be extremely unlikely, but it's never an impossibility until the winner has got that final point. I suppose the negative for that, from the organisational point of view, is quite difficult to schedule because the matches can go on for quite a long time. If you're playing first to 1,000 or more, and it ends up being a close match, it's going to be also a very long match, which is the bonus to timed events where it can be scheduled down to the minutes. Great for the tournament directors and all the officials involved. They know what they're doing and when they're doing it.
Yes, and also if it was on TV, that would be ideal for a network. But oh yes, there's no doubt Dhruv Sitwala is now suffering from the deflation of knowing he's defeated.
Yeah, he will never give up, but I think he's well resigned to the fact that Dave's going to be lifting the trophy just over an hour's time.
6. 8.
Before you know it,
10.
he's back plumbing top of the table and away again. Always playing high on this red here. Cushion first cannon. Wasn't quite on it. That's what he would have been hoping for.
17.
Probably play a red to white cannon without potting the red.
19.
Made it look easier than what it actually is. You've got to be a bit careful on those, especially on these tables that slide. These match cloth steel block tables, the cushions are very slidey, so they take a little bit of judging. But he'd have played a good few of those over the week, so it's 100% comfortable with the conditions he's on at the minute.
27.
Yeah, that's one thing in the game of billiards. Unlike the pro snooker tour, they seem to be playing on. Although they do complain about the conditions sometimes, they do. The conditions should be the same the whole time. Where we're playing in a whole variety of venues, we're very, very lucky here at Landywood. The conditions are excellent. But you go to some places and maybe they're not quite so good, and slightly heavier cloths or older cloths. I think it just adds an extra challenge to the game of billiards that perhaps the snooker guys don't have to deal with to the same degree.
Well, I can speak from pretty good knowledge of this. Conditions at snooker tournaments these days generally are better than they've ever been and more uniform than they've ever been. Occasionally you get an event or a day or two or whatever, maybe because of atmospherics or the weather or a slightly defective cloth, whatever the case may be. You might get a day where conditions aren't absolutely optimal, but generally speaking they are. The one thing that amazes me is that they template the pocket very accurately, and yet pockets from one tournament to the next play very differently.
Yeah, you see. I think it's no new news to anybody, but you see some of the balls going in on some snooker events, and you think, how on earth has it dropped? But they do.
58.
I think the big complaint with the snooker guys is, like you said, the atmospherics and the moisture in the air, the humidity, which
60.
can have a massive effect.
And the other thing we must say is that one of the great perils that you could not legislate for, the kick, has been pretty much eradicated by the advent of the town chalk.
63.
Yes, you still see the odd kick here and there, but hardly any at all now compared with how it used to be 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really good. Although Dave doesn't use it, he's still using uses Grey Master chalk. But the vast majority of players are on the Teon chalk. Reduces the kicks.
67.
Reduces the chalk marks on the table. Just makes for a better playing experience.
69.
I can't think of any negatives to say about it. Always makes me laugh that people often say, I'm not paying £15 for a block of chalk, even though they spent £1,500 on the cue they're going to put it on.
Well, if I was a professional, I'd play any amount of money for that chalk, because I've seen so many horrible instances of kicks that have not only affected a frame but a match. I mean, you could actually say a career.
81. Falkland warning at 80.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Wonder how much money over the years kicks have cost professional snooker players in deciding frames or crucial parts of matches.
84. Falkland cross.
So I think everybody's fully aware and understands the benefits of the tail. I think some thought it was a bit of a gimmick to start with, but soon come to realise, once they'd been using it for a while, that how good it actually was.
Yeah, when it was first introduced, I think it was
91.
maybe guilty of increasing miscues, but with each different version of it and improvement of it,
94.
it's become better and better and better. I think we're on version 10 now.
Yeah, we're on the V10.
96.
Yeah. In fact, you had Roxton in earlier. He's been out of the game for quite some time. I actually had a practice with him a week or two ago on the lead up to this event, and he came to my place and got his triangle out, and I told him to put it away. I said, "You're not using that on my table, Roxton." I gave him a piece of Teon. He wasn't sold to start with, actually, but he'd come to the event a week later, and he's told me it's absolutely brilliant. Thanks for getting me onto it. So.
Yeah, the amount of players on the snooker circuit who are using other chalk rather than town, well, they're almost an endangered species, and when they do use the other chalk and it marks the table badly and you see an increased incidence of kicks, then the other player finds it very annoying. I think the most obvious example of that was last year at the Riyadh Season Snooker Masters in Saudi Arabia in the semi-final, I believe it was, Luca Bracel against Karen Wilson. Wilson was not best pleased.
No, I mean, I don't really know why people wouldn't use it. Whether it's a financial thing and sponsorship deals that are trying to be struck and whatnot. But I mean, some of the top snooker players. I mean, I think Ronnie and Judd and Luca. I don't think any of those use it. So, not 100% sure why, but I'm sure they must have their own reasons, whatever they are.
15.
Well, that wasn't a kick. That was just pure brilliance. What a great shot that was. Well, great double shot.
Yeah, a shot like that. I mean, you're going all out for the pot, but you're kind of backing it up with a cannon. So you're going for a 5 shot, just in case you miss the red. Basically, you've got a plan B there. But he played it superbly well, and
126.
just back hunting for
128.
top of the table. Played a bit of a forcing cannon there, just to try and get two widths on the opponent's ball to get it back towards the spot. He knew he wasn't going to be perfect after that shot, but all he's trying to do is just gradually promote the positions of the balls to getting them a bit closer to where he actually wants to be in the end.
133. $135.
See, these positions for the top players, it's just where the dream of being. It's exactly where you want to be. You're so familiar with every single
138.
different position that can crop up. You know how to deal with it. You've been there a million times before.
$143.
So he's back plumb at the top. floating white, and this is going to be another sizable break, I'd imagine. Not that he needs another one, but he, like I say, Dave just can't stop, so all he's trying to do now is increase that scoreboard.
8th century of the final.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, I know that sounds a lot to probably the casual observer, but it's certainly, to anybody that's in the club and seen Dave play, they won't be surprised by that whatsoever. Nor will they be surprised by the current margin in the points tally. I don't want to sound disrespectful to Dhruv, but I think this is what people were expecting to happen, just based on Dave's form and scoring power he's shown all week. It's going to take one hell of an effort from anybody to topple him, and nobody's got close.
Yeah, finals in Q Sports are their own ecosystem, there's no doubt about that. You can get some astonishing results, but Causier is such a master of his trade that he was a prohibitive favourite to win this match.
Ultra consistent. So, right, I'm leaving the commentary box now, Phil. Thanks very much. Handing back over to Jason Colebrook.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you very much indeed. And in 12 months' time, or whenever the World Championship is, let's hope you feature in the final again.
Thank you very much.
175.
Good day, Phil.
Welcome back, Jason. This is some performance, isn't it?
Yes,
178.
it's just a scoring machine.
180. Falkland warning at 80.
Of the 3 finals he's played here at Landywood, the 3 World Finals, this is now the highest quality. He was, as we've discussed, by his standards, very poor in losing to Peter Gilchrist in 2023. Much better in beating
188.
Rob Hall last year.
190.
But this is the day in, day out David Causier that Billiards fans get to see.
And I just bumped into Dhruv in the men's room, and he was telling me how discouraging it is when you're this far behind. How difficult it is to knuckle down and produce breaks.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the improbable and the impossible, and I think we've gone across the boundary now from improbable land to impossible land.
Yes, definitely.
199.
With these players, when the difference is sort of 400-ish, you can, one break can make the difference. But when it's 1,200 plus,
And what a lovely victory lap, one of the lengthiest in sport, 70 minutes to show off and build some breaks.
yeah. And for Dhruv, I'm sure he'd just like to get some respectability. He'd just love to make a break before this is over.
210. 212. 215.
When a team is better than the rest by some distance in American sports, they call it a dynasty.
220.
Dynasty.
The Causier dynasty is still alive and kicking. No signs of any
3.
weakening whatsoever. He is the master of this game.
Yes, he's been incredibly dominant.
228. 230.
You know what's great? Over the course of this championship, the amount of international players we've had.
3.
From the Netherlands, Belgium,
235.
France. We know about the home nations in India, Australia, Austria,
257.
and Singapore as well. I think any sport to thrive needs that international footprint.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic to have such a international field. Unfortunately, we can't seem to attract to this event the players from Myanmar and Thailand. They play in the IBSF events, but they don't play in our events. They're very strong. A couple of great billiards players in Thailand and some very good billiards players in Myanmar. Oh, he's missed.
240.
A phrase you very rarely say. Only 241.
Three.
Oh,
5. 7.
that's just the way it goes. He just can't seem to get anything to go right for himself. They could so easily have jawed and left him in off, and he would have been away.
You can't really say, can you, Jason, that a turning point in a 5-hour match occurs in the first hour, but I think the big moment in this match, you were commentating with me, Dhruv Sitwala, after a slow start, was on a break of 98. He had to cross the balk line, and he wanted to do so by coming off the side cushion first with power on a red that was over the pocket, and he was using the rest. He miscued on that. He was only 1 point behind at the time, having made a decent comeback. And from that point, it's been basically one-sided.
And during the interval, he was talking to me about that shot. He said he should have played up into balk and down the red first, and that would have left him down this end of the table. He would have hooked line. He would have been in good position, but he didn't think of that shot until after he'd played it, and that would have been a very clever shot, and not that difficult because he was on that side of the table. Judging the angle would have been relatively easy. There's Brendan Devlin doing the check scoring. Does a fantastic job. Incredibly neat, incredibly small handwriting.
6.
Records every scoring shot for the whole tournament, for the whole match. And it will be quite interesting later on to see what Dave's average was.
It's a work of art.
It's a skill from the pre-digital age. Oh, that looks a little bit ugly. You might have to go cushion first. Yeah, across the table.
15.
That's a rare mistake for him. He's meant to bring that right down into that left-hand corner, and he's hit it a little bit soft. He's usually absolutely deadly with those shots, sending the ball around the table. That was a great shot.
No. 21.
Not for the first time in this session, does his own fielding. Just can't wait to play the next shot.
Yeah, he's so fast. He'll quite, when the referee's down this end respotting the balls, Dave will quite often walk around the long way rather than wait.
There's Joe Park of Korea, the official marker of the match.
The Asian referees are very good with the electronic scoring because that's all they use in Asia. Most of the venues there don't have traditional scoreboards.
Causier 27.
So Causier's lead almost 1,300 points.
It's just not going well for him. He wanted to leave an in off the yellow into the baulk pocket there, and he's got completely the wrong contact on the yellow.
Yeah, there'll be people saying to Dhruv Sitwala quite correctly, you've done really well to get to the final. That's an achievement in itself. It is true, it is. But right now, he won't be feeling that way.
No, he won't. But when this is over, he'll brush off his disappointment very quickly. He's a really terrific guy, great temperament, nice guy. When he won the tournaments in New Zealand last year, he was not drinking at the time. He was having a spell from alcoholic drinks, but he bought everybody else a drink at the end of the tournament. There's that side-to-side safety like we see in snooker with the black ball. But this is very scoreable in billiards. Side cushion, top cushion, side cushion. He's left that perfect for Dave. Looks safe, but it's not for a billiards player.
So for Sitwala, it's going to be a third World Championship final defeat. Lost in 2010 to Mike Russell. That was in the timed version. He lost in the shorter games version, if you like, to David Causier in 2016.
But then of the 750 odd players in the world billiards ranking system, there's about 740 of them who've never made a world final. So he's well ahead.
Of course, in terms of the World Snooker Championship, the player who's been closest to the title most often without actually winning it was Jimmy White, who appeared in 6 world finals without success.
Yeah.
17.
You've seen the board in the bar here at the club with all the world snooker champions. That's great.
Have indeed, yeah. Of course, in 2 years' time, the World Snooker Championship celebrates its centenary.
Yep.
25.
My first trip here to this club, we noticed that on that board they had Horace Lindrum down as a New Zealander. And as soon as we pointed that out to Paul, he had his signwriter guy fix that.
29.
I think the reason for that might be, didn't he beat a New Zealander in the final? Or the only match, actually, in the championship that year?
He may have done, yeah.
Clark McConaughey.
32.
But when you go to billiard rooms around the world, in most Australian billiard rooms there'll be a photo of Walter Lindrum. In New Zealand there'll be a photo of Clark McConaughey and Joe Davis over here.
37.
I never met Joe, but I did know his brother Fred Davis. Had some really interesting chats with him. Of course, he played professionally on the snooker circuit until he was 78 years of
That's
age.
fantastic, isn't it?
He's the only snooker player I've always called Mr. Could never call him by his first name. It was just a matter of respect. Yeah, I used to call him Mr. Davis. He was great company.
47. 49.
He's got them at perfect top of the table again.
52.
We've only seen him playing floating white this week, but he's very comfortable with postman's knock. In Singapore, he made a 600 odd break that was mostly postman's knock.
60.
When he takes two feathers like that, you know he's going to screw back. On most of his other shots, he just has one little feather.
65.
Over 2,000 points for the final. And well on course to exceed the number of points he scored in last year's final against Rob Hall. 2,088 on that occasion.
74. 77. 79.
'Get the balk line warning.
82. Balk line warning at 80. 84.
'Referee Steve Harrison seems to have done a faultless job here.
87. 90.
Yeah, definitely worthy of a mention, that. I've been very impressed with him, actually.
92.
I was talking about this a little earlier. These referees have got so much to think about, so much to monitor, and yet he's not put a foot wrong at all, has he?
He's a little bit lucky there. They're all having a chuckle because that's not the way he was planning it.
97. 100. 102. 105. 107. 110.
So, Phil, I'm going to invite you to have a 10-minute break. We're going to be joined by a special guest commentator.
Listen, when I leave the commentary box for Jason Ferguson, that is what they call an upgrade.
17. 19. 121. 124. 126. 129. 131.
So I'm joined by Jason Ferguson from the WPBSA. G'day, Jason.
Hi, Jason. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's great to be at this wonderful event again.
Yeah, no, it's great to see you. For any of our confused viewers, Jason with the Australian accent is me, and Jason with the English accent is from the WPBSA.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. And we usually meet in different parts of the world. And,
We do.
It's great to be here in the UK with this wonderful event, watching this wonderful action.
144.
I mean, Dave Causier, I mean, is it me or did you just make this game look too easy?
Oh, he's a machine. Absolute scoring machine.
147.
So whenever I see you, you've always just come back from somewhere. Where have you come back from this time, Jason?
Well, it's been a long week. I had a few days in China at the Xi'an event, and I then went via Dubai, and I was in Albania, where we have had the European Championships is currently taking place, and we ran one of the Q Tour events there. So it's a really full calendar these days, and believe it or not, the WPBSA outside of the World Snooker Tour actually runs 350 event days within the year.
Wow, that's fantastic. Was that your first time in Albania?
No, we ran a World Amateur Championships there. It's a really up and coming place. There's a great team of people there that are really so keen on this sport, and they're developing really well, and they've become a trusted partner. So we're very happy to go back and make things a little bit bigger.
169.
What else is happening on the global Q Sports scene?
Well, there's no bad news really. The sport is just billiards in general. Billiard sports in general is growing everywhere, and it's becoming, you know, the popular participation sport. Snooker is leading the way in terms of viewership, and that's really opening up new markets. The more that television broadcast, streaming, and digital rights change, you know, the more the viewers. And it's incredible, really, to see this sport today. You know, I've been back in the chair for 16 years, and the growth has really been exponential over that period, and I've really enjoyed seeing it and seeing what it is today.
Now, I heard you say before that snooker is even growing in America at the moment.
Yes, I was on the phone last night to the Americas. PABSA, Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, that we started working with back in 2013 when we were out in Colombia. They've gathered members, they've gathered support, now running tour qualification across the Americas. And last night, AJ rang me there and said, you know, it's just great. There's new clubs opening. And I mean, who would have thought that we would have seen snooker clubs opening in the USA? No pool.
Fantastic. Ajaya Prabhakar is still on the board there?
Yes, he's leading the way. Again, he's a real passionate person. He loves snooker and billiards, and you know, still competes himself. But he's really keeping things together. He's done a great job. It's not easy starting new markets.
202.
Another big break. What about South America? How's things there, do you know?
Yeah, we were down in Rio de Janeiro last year looking at the tour qualification and the structures. Igor's just done well again. He'll be returning,
yep.
Igor Figueroa. He's a great player. But again, it's interesting to see some of the Snooker Brazil clubs. They play a different game there, just usually one red on a smaller table. But actually what you're seeing is some of those clubs now installing one or two full-size snooker tables.
Right.
Sorry, I should say billiard tables.
Yeah,
no such thing as a snooker table, of course. But you're seeing full-size tables going into some of those clubs, and the participation is just enormous.
So how did Igor get so good in a country where there's not a strong tradition?
Well, they play their own game there, and it is actually snooker, albeit less balls, smaller table. But actually, it's one of the few cue sports where the skill is exactly the same as snooker.
Okay.
You could pick up a snooker Brazil player and drop him in the Crucible Theatre, and the likelihood is he'll start making century breaks very quickly, because the cueing skill, the timing, the ball control is actually the same. And speaking of ball control, look at this man.
Yes, just unbelievable.
225.
I'll be very interested to see what his average is at the end of this match. I think it'd be pretty healthy.
28.
Oh, it's just poetry, isn't it, this? And it's amazing how he retains that top of the table, and when loses it, regroups the balls.
Well, he gets them back so fast. He can appear to be in a little bit of trouble, and 4 or 5 shots later he's back at the top.
Yeah, that's right. I really love this game. It's one for the connoisseur. You've really got to appreciate the skill involved. You could take any of our top snooker players and say, have a go at this, and actually, you know, most of them can't play enough shots, and most of them can't, you know, score the cannons, and it is a different skill. But this game can teach so much in terms of control and keeping balls together.
243.
So we sometimes talk about the disadvantages our game has. One of them is this top of the table play appears so easy that if you're not an aficionado of the game, you don't realise how difficult it is to control these balls like this.
Yes, that's right, Jason. It really does look easy when you see it at this level, but it really isn't. It's so difficult to string 10 points together.
That's right.
And yet we're looking at breaks of 100, 200, 300, and it's quite incredible.
And the other disadvantage we have in the timed format is, like, if it was snooker, you can be 5-0 down in a best of 11 and you can still win. But in this game, you're 1,500 behind. It's over.
Yes, I mean I'm a big fan of this game. I am a big fan of the up format. I like to see a player get well in front when sometimes you'll see a really big break where somebody can win by 1 or 2 points, and I think that brings a real challenge right towards the end.
We talk about that. The long up format is so good in that the matches are always live, but it's a scheduler's nightmare.
Yes, and I think that's a common theme with snooker as well. You sometimes can get long matches and sometimes short matches, so it does bring about challenges.
We very rarely have the luxury of having spare tables, which you can run a long up tournament when you've got a couple of spare tables.
Yes, of course. And speaking of spare tables, what a pleasure it is to be at the Landywood Snooker Club here. In the centre of the UK. It's a beautiful traditional club steeped in history. The walls are littered with history and tradition.
Yep. Everywhere you look, there's memorabilia of one kind or another.
And here he goes again, all the way around. Does that go in? Yes, it does.
So he's had that a couple of times this match. He played one of these earlier and got very lucky. Tried to screw in off, it jawed, and came back and made the cannon. So I heard something interesting from Paul Lloyd the other day, which I hadn't heard before. I'd be interested in your opinion. He doesn't nap these tables anymore. He doesn't use a napping block. He just uses a brush because he thinks that the heavy napping wears the cloth out faster or something.
Well, quite possibly. I mean, the tables here are absolutely superb, aren't they?
They're beautiful.
I mean, the condition of this whole place is quite incredible, really.
And I'm surprised that he's not using a napping block because you don't see fingerprints on them. And you also don't see ironing marks, so it's not like he's using a super hot iron. I'm sure it's, hot, but not that, scorching hot we see.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I think we'll be having a chat about that. Maybe Paul's got all the answers here, I think.
He might have, yeah. Diverging from billiards and snooker for a minute, what do you think about this hayball craze?
Well, it's there are so many cue sports in the world. Billiards being the international word for all cue sports. When you mention the word billiards, and people say, is that Chinese billiards? Is it hayball, black ball, 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball, 13, 1 ball? I mean, there are so many formats of billiard sport. It's quite incredible. Hayball seems to be growing. It's all over the world. But I think we've always had this with pool. Pool has always been, whatever format you play, it's always been mass participation, and it's always been everywhere. I think the advantages that you get with snooker is huge viewership, drama unfolding on the table.
Great.
I hear it's growing quite a bit down in Australia.
They've had a few hayball tournaments, yeah. They're not getting things just aren't going well for Dhruv. They didn't seem to have the big international fields that the hayball tournaments I've seen in Asia are getting. A few internationals, but not like dominated.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when you look at the business model. I'm always interested in the economics of this. Hayball has really come out of a tradition of table manufacturing and clubs, and that volume market and growth throughout Asia has certainly created a market for it. I think the big test for hayball and Chinese billiards and a few of them will be, will people watch it? Will people continue to put competitions on? Will those competitions stay at the same value? And they're questions, of course, for the promoters to ask. But look, good luck to them. We just want to give every child a cue. We're in my office. We just want to see everybody playing billiard sports.
Well, one good thing about the Hayball, on the first few tournaments I watched the results, or a couple of tournaments I went to, there was a pretty even distribution of American pool players, snooker players that reached the final stage. You know, it seems like you could play, if you can play any other cue sport, you can play Hayball.
22.
Yes, I would agree. I think it's probably the closest version of pool to snooker. It does require positional play. It does require good cueing. It's a small snooker table at the end of the day. The pockets are tight, and it's a challenging game. So, but yeah, I think the snooker players have done quite well. And look, you see one or two of our guys popping up and having a go, and why not? Good luck to them.
Yeah, especially if there's some decent money on offer.
Yeah, surprise money will always attract the field. It's an absolute pleasure to sit here today and be part of this magnificent event, which has an incredible history.
It does,
doesn't it?
Yeah, 150 years odd of World Billiards Championships. Gone through a few different variations. It was a challenge event for a lot of years.
41. 43.
And the magnificent trophy, which you guys very kindly refurbished for us, and we're very appreciative.
Well, it is a beautiful trophy, the John Roberts Trophy, named after John Roberts himself. It's a real piece of work, and I believe it's the oldest World Championship trophy of any sport in the world, Jason.
That's correct, yes. Occasionally gets called the oldest sporting trophy, and it's not. The British Open Golf and the America's Cup Sailing both predated by only a few years.
Yeah, and it's great to see these things still in circulation, and there's always a story behind a great trophy and a great title, and I'm certainly a big believer in ensuring that a trophy represents the effort and difficulty and the skill that's required to win major events. And you know, trophies are something that we take very seriously at the WPBSA.
In 2019, I carried that trophy with me on the plane back to Australia. I was quite nervous about it. I didn't want them to take it off me and make me put it in the cargo hold.
No, that would have been a disaster, I think. So well done to you. It's still here with us.
And there were a lot of raised eyebrows when I went through the scanning X-ray in Dubai.
Yes, I can imagine. Well done you, anyway.
Yeah. And then we had COVID after that. The trophy lived for a year in the Singapore Cricket Club because we couldn't get it back to England.
73.
Yeah, and there again, you talk about another great traditional club, the Singapore Cricket Club.
Fantastic club.
You know, the one thing you will find all over the world is beautiful old billiard clubs and sporting clubs everywhere in the world, and it's really part of history.
I heard you talking about the RAC club in London earlier. I think they have a reciprocal thing with the cricket club, and they do a social. They send a few players backwards and forwards each year for a social day.
That's right, Jason. In fact, the private clubs really are part of our history in billiard sports. You go around these clubs, and actually that was the foundation of where this sport came from. You know, billiards came from the great country houses and the great estates and the private clubs. And a lot of those clubs still exist around the world, and there is a network of play, both in snooker and billiards, throughout those clubs. The RAC club in Pall Mall in London is the one that I visit, and it has one of the finest billiard rooms in the world for sure. And I know that they play against other clubs around the world. There's the Hong Kong Club, the New York Athletic Club, Stephen's Green Club in Ireland. It's a real network, and people really still enjoying the traditions of billiard sports.
93.
Because there used to be, at one stage, going back a long way, this used to be considered the gentleman's game.
Yes, in fact, if we were to look at, if we were trying to pick out something that's helped our growth over the years, as particularly throughout Asia, it's certainly that message. It's been well received. It's always perceived as a very high class sport, and in fact, I've seen many a video and many a TV program in China where it'll start by saying one of the great gentlemen's sports of the world, and it's usually put alongside tennis and golf out of interest.
Okay, very good. Unfortunately, the Singapore government doesn't feel the same way.
103.
In Singapore, it's referred to as beng, which sort of means a gangster sport.
It's funny, isn't it, when you look at our history, this amazing sport came from the country houses and the aristocracy, and it was perceived as very aspirational. For a period of time, it boomed, and a number of clubs opened up, and some of that ended up on the back streets, and that's no longer there. And the interesting thing is we don't actually carry that name around the world. And I've often heard that Smoky Hall comment, and what you see these days are places like where we are here, nice,
Exactly, yeah.
clean, family-friendly places that support a tradition of the sport, and that is a worldwide thing.
Yeah, the old expression was that a good billiards player was a sign of a misspent youth, but that's no longer the case.
No, and how these games are changing over the years. And I've just come back from Xi'an in China, and just to say how you're seeing a real different attitude amongst players. You look at the top end of the game, you've got players that are fit, well, got nutritionists looking after themselves. I turned up at the event in Xi'an. I thought, well, always good when you get off the plane if you can go to the gym for half an hour or an hour.
125.
I went in the gym, it was absolutely packed with snooker players, and the bar was empty.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
128.
Yeah, I think the players of old wouldn't have had any idea about nutrition and hydration and all that kind of thing. But now the players are all fairly knowledgeable.
133.
Yes, and it's a sport recognised by the IOC as a precision sport, and to be precise, you have to be in great shape, and it's really become part of professional billiard sports now to be fit.
140.
Dave's making another big break.
Dave's always also making it look easy again. Incredible. What a player.
143.
We were talking earlier on the commentary about average shot time. And these guys play so fast.
145.
Except average shot time.
Wow.
147.
Wow, incredible.
Most shots, they know where the balls are going to be, so they're ready. As soon as they stop rolling, they're ready to play.
152.
Just showing off now, I think.
157.
I always say, anybody watching this, just pop down the local club and try this around the top of the table. I can guarantee within one or two shots the balls are starting to spread apart, and
162.
it's really, really difficult to keep them together like this. And I mean, this is just billiards at its best.
165. 168. 170.
Guys, with a snooker technique, to play billiards, there's quite a few things you have to change. There's a lot of shots down the top of the table where deliberate feathering is a disadvantage.
173.
The player will just take the ball, the cue back a couple of inches, tap, tap, tap. And you also, you can't always stand up and walk into the shot because it breaks your rhythm. In billiards, you're often just adjusting slightly while you're down.
Yes, it's certainly a different technique to playing snooker with that smooth follow through, and it's as you say, it's very, very fast for a start. And I think there are very few snooker players that actually practice billiards. I think there's one or two that have made quite big breaks, but they're few and far between. And I guess when you think back in the day of Steve Davis and these players, Ray Reardon, you know, they all started out playing billiards, and snooker was just not around in the early days.
191.
I don't know about the situation here in England, but in Australia, all the sort of cities and towns would have a snooker league 6 months of the year and a billiards league 6 months of the year. And if you didn't play billiards, you didn't play at all that 6 months. So all the snooker players used to be able to play a bit of billiards, but that has changed.
Yes, and even looking at our own organisation at the WPBSA, you know, over the years things have evolved, and everything started out as, of course, as just a billiards council. Later became snooker and billiards, and you know, it was later the WPBSA acquired the old organisation and became the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association. But even then, the WPBSA began with billiards.
Yep.
I think it's one reason I'm really keen to make sure that, you know, we as an organisation and the team, we educate the team to maintaining the traditions of this sport. We must not let it slip away. It's part of our history and our heritage, and it's very important.
Yep. So, what's the your latest gut feeling about Olympic bids? Are we ever a chance?
Well, I mean, I think there's a wonderful chance for Brisbane 2032. LA is a waste of time in my view.
Yep.
I think there are too many very competitive American sports in that area. Plus the time frames to pull a bid together are very, very long. For Brisbane, that bid needs to start by the end of this year, believe it or not. So there are some discussions going on about what that looks like. I was in Albania last week with the president of the Olympic Committee there, and along with other friends from Q Sports, talking about what that might look like and what role people may play in that, whether that be an organisation or people. And it's a long way off, it seems, but actually it's not that far. Organisations locally need to prepare buildings and venues, and it's a huge task. But we have a very lean product. We have a wonderful product. It's watched by hundreds of millions of people all over the world.
And you just need a space, don't you? You don't need anything exotic.
Exactly. And, you know, previous Olympic bid for Paris, I was involved in the early stages of that one, and we were doing quite well in the running. And the one thing we'd said to Paris was just give us just tell us where you want it, and we'll deliver. You know, we'll bring everything in and take everything out, and we can put this sport together anywhere. And I think that's one of our great assets at the professional end.
247.
Well, 200 breaks seem to be just rolling off here.
Yeah, the machine.
250.
You've got a feel for the opponent in these situations. You come to the table and you're cold.
253.
It never ceases to amaze me how long somebody can continue bringing that red back up the table and keep going in off. It's quite incredible. Of course, it's just broken up now, and only so many shots can be played on the trot before a change has to be made. And that's what gives it its variety at the moment.
I'm always amazed at how quickly these top guys pick up the pace of the table. I play with Peter Gilchrist in Singapore on a variety of tables, and within 3 or 4 shots, he's bringing those middle pocket losers back to exactly where he wants.
Yes, another great billiard player, Peter Gilchrist, based in Singapore. And see, not many people will know, but billiards is actually in the Asian Indoor Games under the Asian Olympic Council of Asia.
Fantastic. And
Peter Gilchrist is a very well decorated gold medalist in those events.
269.
Now, the Southeast Asian Games is coming up in early December. Most of the events are in Bangkok. The Q Sports events are in Pattaya in Thailand. Unfortunately, no pool this year because Thailand don't have any top pool players. But they have, pleasingly, they've included women's snooker, which is not normally in the SEA Game.
I mean, that's great news. I mean, women's snooker is really getting strong now. It's
the Thai girls are great players, or Thai women, I should say.
Yes, and there are more coming through. World Women's Snooker Championship, now based in Dongguan in China, and it's growing every year. Last year it really looked like a major ranking event on the World Snooker Tour. It's going to get stronger and stronger, and Thailand is making a huge impact in that with talent.
I've been very impressed with what I've seen of Bai Yulu.
287.
She looks like a great player.
Yes, and she's been competing from very young as well. I remember seeing her playing snooker at school many years ago in China, and even then we thought, wow, this girl's going to be good. And sure enough, she went on to win the World Championship.
292.
She's qualified for the World Snooker Tour, and she's doing some damage on that tour as well.
Yeah, I saw that. She won 3 qualifying rounds in a row in one of the events.
Yes, there's a lot of debate about women's snooker and are men at an advantage. So it's a great conversation to be had, and
298.
what we see is a sport with a great deal of finesse and timing and skill and discipline.
302.
300.
I get the feeling that he's running away with this match
305.
now, Jason, don't you?
And this is the stage where the billiards enthusiast is just hoping for a big break. They're hoping that Dave can run this into a massive break. I mean, we're always hoping for the 1,000.
310. 313.
There's never been a 1,000 break with the balk line crossing rule. I'm not sure whether it'll happen.
Yes, it does add a complication. But you look at how billiards has developed over the years, and the old players, they once mastered how to get the 2 balls jammed into the pocket, so they could just keep getting cannons, and weeks went by while one player was at the table. And
499,935.
yeah, there you go. I assume this is the half balling off.
Yep.
My limited knowledge of billiards. I did make a 300 break once though,
That's
Jason, I
very
will
good.
tell you.
That's very good.
I did play a little bit of billiards when I was playing snooker, and I loved the game, but it does affect your cue action, so you
Yes.
couldn't play it all the time. You
Yep.
had to limit it. Well, how do you follow this as a billiard player? It's a bit
Just
like,
shake your head in amazement.
yeah, it's a bit like me trying to follow the great Phil Yates in this commentary box.
Well, speaking of Phil Yates, I appreciate you joining us for a little while, Jason, but I know you've got a lot of people out there wanting to bend your ear about something or other. So we'll get Phil back into the commentary.
Pleasure to spend some time with you, Jason, and all the best with everything. Keep up the great work.
Great, thank you, mate.
336. $338. $340.
This could be a very big break now.
343. $345.
A couple of choices. He's just deciding which way to go.
$348. $350.
So after the upgrade, here's the downgrade.
Welcome back, Phil.
Thank you. Glory Hog coming in for the big break and the
2.
end of this match. And it's been a remarkable performance. Causier could be on course here to win by over 2,000 points.
Awesome. Now, I'm not taking a break only because you've come back, but I'm going to relinquish my chair for a great English player, Peter Sheehan.
Look forward to his company.
358. $360.
Hi, Peter. Thanks for joining us. Now, you are capable of great things on a billiard table, so you won't be easily impressed. But I think for Causier to play like this in a world final, that is, even for someone like yourself, impressive.
Oh, Dave's just been absolutely phenomenal again. I think we were just talking about it last night. I think he's actually gone up another level. He seems to be getting better. His levels of concentration are just staggering. He just keeps on going and going, and his numbers that he's and breaks and scores that he's put in this week is just absolutely phenomenal. Really is.
And it's not just the way he's building these breaks, it's the variety of shots involved in them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Dave's got every shot in the book. His recovery shots, he's the best recovery shot player in the world. He's always been a great all-round player. His top of the tables has always been brilliant, but I think his top of the tables got even tighter. You know, playing top, he can play, but it depends what mood he's in. He had a 600-odd break against me a couple of years ago in Singapore. Just playing post and knock. But he's got that lot. He's just a phenomenal potter. You know, he really is a worthy world champion.
377.
I suppose in many respects it would be easier for Dhruv Sitwala to take rather than a match where he has been beaten by, say, 300 or 400 and had plenty of chances. In this first session, Causier was good. In the second session, he's been outstanding.
Yeah, and he wasn't really getting going or flowing as much in the first session, even though he had a good lead. Yeah, and then, so I think that was a bit of a turning point for Dhruv when he had that miscue. He was a point behind. But over a 5-hour session, Dave's always going to get chances, and his scoring power is just ridiculous at times. And I think Dhruv was always going to struggle to keep up with him. Anyone would. He said I played him in the semi-final of the English Open last weekend, and I think I had my first 3 visits, and I was 700 points behind. I just didn't see a shot. He was just superb again.
389.
He actually, in many respects, detracts from the spectacle because he sucks out any drama because he's so far in front. But that is the efficiency of the man. And I think efficiency is actually a word that underscores just how good he is, the excellence of the man.
Oh, just outstanding. As I said, I think this is probably his, was it third or second or third triple in this final? I'm not too sure. But yeah, just phenomenal. And he just keeps on going. He doesn't take his foot off the gas. And it's quite. I've been on the end of a few items off David, as most people have. And it's quite demoralising when he does miss, or the very occasion he does miss. You come to the table and you're 1,000 points behind, and you just don't want to be there. It's very hard to get down and play a shot. But he has ridiculous stamina, and so his levels of concentration is unbelievable. It really is.
On the snooker tour, if a player makes a couple of centuries in successive frames, we talk about how difficult it is to, as you say, sustain concentration for what is basically,
410.
I don't know, 40, 50 pots. This guy is playing one shot after the next in a world final, and the precision he's showing is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, he's totally in the zone. He's in, he knows he's easily won the match. So he's just enjoying himself now. He must be a really good feeling for him now. No, he's earned a good few quid this week as well. So yeah, he's flying high, Dave, isn't he?
418.
The man to beat, and he has been for a number of years now. I think when he lost to Peter a couple of years ago, and it was so an uncharacteristic performance by Dave. And Peter did play great and played a great final to win. I think that really hurt Dave, the way he played in that game. And he's come back ever so strong.
It was strange for me, actually, because that was the first world final I commentated upon. And I don't think I appreciated just how abnormal that performance was for him.
Yeah, I think I sat with you and done a bit of commentary with you on that game. And I do remember saying, I think, it's just a matter of time before Dave clicks in and rolls in a 300 or 400 and he's back in the game. But it just never happened. I think his highest break was like 58, which is just... The odds you'd have got for that was just would be ridiculous,
436.
Yeah, think of a number and then add a 0.
Definitely.
438.
Now, can he finish off here with a 500 plus?
440.
That'll be the only thing on his mind, knowing Dave. He knows it's pound the point, so He's getting 5.99 at the moment for the highest break. He will want to run out now. He'll want to run out with it. Well, it's 18 minutes. He can probably get to 700 here, 700 plus. A few extra quid for him.
Well, he's now 2,000 points clear. 2,000 points clear of Dhruv Sitwala.
And I feel sorry, feel sorry for Dhruv. He's a great guy, great player, but it was always going to be difficult to hold on to Davies, the way he's playing, the way he's scoring. It really is. In my opinion, I think Dave's he's on a par. Talented as Ronnie, just a ridiculously talented cubist, unbelievable. What's his dedication as well? He puts so much practice in, and solo practice as well, which is always quite difficult, and to have the motivation to do that, and he still does it lead up to events. He puts the hours in, and on top of his natural talent that he has, that makes him such a phenomenal player. Plus, as people are probably aware, he works full time as well. He's a delivery driver, so he's got the energy, even at 52, and he just keeps on getting better by the looks of it.
461.
Well, he's delivered a tour de force here. Absolutely spellbinding stuff.
$464. $466. $468. $470.
He might fancy a bit of postman's knock here, or he might try and get a bit high on the red and knock the white up back into floating. I think he may do here. It's a bit difficult to see if the white is actually tight on the cushion or not.
478.
Got a trap there now, so you may just stay there for a while, make some more easy points. He does actually say he prefers playing postman's knock, this style of top of the table. But when he's got the speed of the table, he can racking up serious points very quickly. 2 pots to the cannon, the 8-point sequence, and so he can rapidly build a break up.
488.
He just nudged it further right behind the spot, so he's got it in perfect postman's knock position now. And he's mastered the borderline crossing again.
Well, in his job, he must have knocked on a few doors himself, so maybe we should rechristen it delivery driver's knock as a nod to his brilliance.
494. 496. 499.
If he runs out here, he'll be talking probably around 750, I think. That's what we'll be thinking. Got the time, 15 minutes. 5-6 minutes per 100.
504.
Well, you've heard of the Daytona 500 and the Indianapolis 500. This is the Causier 500. And it might become, as Peter said, 6 or 7.
509.
Yeah, I've mentioned for Dhruv there, congratulations to him reaching the final. Really good achievement. He'll be disappointed, but I think he'll get over it quite quick. He's realised he's played an absolute legend of the game and a phenomenal player. But he's had a good week's work, Dhruv. So well done to Dhruv. And it was his birthday this week as well. So happy birthday for the day, Dhruv.
Yeah, David Causier though blowing out the candles.
519. 522.
And one last one, if you'll pardon it. He's making it look like a piece of cake.
524. 527.
I wouldn't put it past Dave to run out here, and that white ball doesn't move more than an inch from where it's positioned now for the next 13 minutes.
Five, 3, 2.
I'll say it now quite forcefully. It's absolutely criminal that someone as good as David Causier doesn't get the recognition he demands, that he deserves. This guy is a genius.
And unfortunately, the prize money in the Billiards events is a fraction of what the other snooker players earn. In comparison, like the skill level is just the same, if not more, in some cases. But it's great that World Billiards we've got an increase in the prize money recently, and moving forward, it sounds quite pretty exciting. Certainly for likes of Dave, so his talent deserves to be able to play this full time. Really, that good.
552. 554. 557.
So now we're getting into the high break territory. He made 599 in a group match against Mel Oakes earlier in the week. That's under obvious threat.
562.
Yeah, as I said, that's all that's been in his mind. The last hour or so of this mismatch. That's he'll be want to beat his break to get some a few extra quid. That's the way he thinks.
567.
He's a machine.
569. 562.
More shots, if you back down again. The white balls come up there, so it's down on the invisible line, as we call it. You'll be one of the ones that gets on the left-hand side of that white with the red on the spot, just to push it back in.
575.
A little bit short, so he's got the drop cannon. He plays the drop cannon so well. He always gets a really good contact on the second ball.
577.
That's perfect. A little cannon and he's away again. Cannon, pot red. Cannon, he'll have perfect top of the table.
579. 582. Falkland warning at 80. 584. 587. 589.
Just a few shots away now from the 600 mark.
592.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, if he does run out this unfinished break, it could be close to the 800, the way he's going. The speed he's playing and the rate he's scoring, he's doing about 100 points every 5 minutes, so there's another 200 points for him here.
597.
Just a ridiculous performance by him.
Warm applause, richly deserved.
$602.
Now this sharpens the focus, because every point he gets from here on in will be an extra £1. The high break is £1 per point.
He might get the round him when he comes in after the final then.
610. 5 613.
You'll be okay with a cushion cannon here. The two balls close together. Shouldn't be an issue.
615.
You know, you hear sports commentators use the word mesmerising about certain performances, but this really is mesmerising.
Yeah, it's Dave on full song. He's a joy to watch. He really is so quick. Sees the shot. One or two feathers, he strikes, and he's walking around. And all the time before the ball's respotted or the ball's stopped, he's queuing up for the next shot.
626. $629. All right, 632.
Whoever said great shot, son, was right. It really was.
634. 636. $638. $640.
The red ball was the insurance there. He was trying to get the white in position to get lead in off. But he's put the red over the centre pocket. So he's got a scoring shot.
643.
It's a shame there's another 15 minutes on top of this, because you could be looking at a 1,000 break.
645.
We're going to run out of time, unfortunately. That was a lovely shot there. He'll push the white behind the spot. Pot the red, he's back to top of the table again.
647. $650.
A big well done to Steve Harrison, the referee, as well. It's his first world final. He's been on the circuit for a number of years now. Great referee, lovely fella, and everyone was delighted that he was selected to get the final. And he's delivered a perfect performance for refereeing. Well done, Steve.
Oh, caught a little bit of jaw there, but it just about flopped in.
That could have gone a lot worse, so that's not too bad for him. Good options.
$660. 663. 665. 668.
Last year, in capturing the title in the final, he scored 2,088 points in beating Rob Hall.
671.
He might be almost 1,000 better than that this time around.
673.
Yeah, just a staggering performance, it really is. Scored on 3,000 points, 5 hours.
675.
David's when he gets ahead of you, it's such strong front runner. Similar to, like, say, as you say, with Ronnie O'Sullivan or Judd Trump. Once they get ahead, it's so difficult to stop them. Just keeps on going, keeps on going.
680. Balk line warning at 80. 682. $684. $686. $688.
I'm really pulling for Causier here. What a fitting way it would be to close out the week, to close out the championship with an unfinished break in excess of 700.
Yeah, looks like he's going to do it, Phil, as well. Phenomenal. I say that the speed of the break just slowed down a little bit because it's gone to all-round play. If he was at the top, perfect position, he'd probably be on about 670. Sorry, 770 now, approaching 800. But it just takes a bit more time with the balls in open play.
699.
Could be out of a cover here, which could be a bit unlucky. Great break.
699. What a shame, but what an effort also.
Nice touch by Dhruv to shake his hand as well.
So at least he's increased his prize money by an extra £100.
Yeah, about 3 months.
Yeah. He'll be well happy with that.
Yeah, had 599 in the bank, now 699 for the high break.
Three. Dhruv Sitwala, 3.
Yeah, quite understandably, the air is out of the balloon for Dhruv Sitwala.
2.
Just wants the next minute and 20 seconds to count down as quickly as possible. The other thing as well, he's played so brilliantly with the side all day. Check side on his last positional shot there.
Yeah, he's got phenomenal cue power, this Dave. And in billiards, a lot of the shots that you do play, probably around 80%, you're playing with a touch aside and most of them to widen the angle or narrow the angle, more than you would do in snooker. But yeah, Dave's got tremendous cue power.
16.
Physically impossible to reach the 3,000 mark, but they are just numbers.
18.
The achievement is golden. It's there for all to see.
Yep, fantastic performance from Dave. Congratulations to him, worthy world champion. Outstanding.
20.
That is it. The clock has run out. Dhruv has been drubbed. David Causier, the delivery driver, really is the total package.
In 3 minutes' time.
Peter, you've seen an awful lot of billiards over the years. Even by David Causier's standards, I get the impression that was something else.
Yeah, it was just an absolutely brilliant performance from Dave. He's steamrolled Dhruv. He really has. Just such a good scorer, and he's just relentless. And as I say, his concentration and the levels of energy he has is just to keep it going all this week. He's just been non-stop the whole week. He's been the best player all week, head and shoulders, and well, he deserves it.
He's won the short form championship of the world in 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017. Now, for the first time, he has successfully defended the timed version. 2015, 2017, 2022, his earlier triumphs, and now he's back-to-back in 24 and 25. David Causier is the king of all he surveys in the world of billiards, and in just a few moments' time, we'll get to see him presented with that John Roberts Trophy. From Phil Yates, from Peter Sheehan, and from all of my commentators here at the Landywood Snooker Club today. What a wonderful venue, by the way. From all of us, thanks for watching, and please stay tuned for the presentation.
At Landywood Snooker Club, an amazing festival of billiards over the last 6 days, starting off with the English Open and now the 2025 World Long Up WBL Championship. Before we go any further, I'd like to welcome our presentation party. First of all, a wonderful man who's been our host here at this incredible club, which offers supreme standards for us all to play the beautiful game. That's Mr. Paul Lloyd. Please welcome Paul. And we are also thrilled to have a man who promised us he would be here, and he is true to his word. Would you please welcome the chairman of the WPBSA, Mr. Jason Ferguson. Great to see you, Jason. Thank you, Paul. Paul, what a fantastic club you have here, and it's been fantastic to have you here.
Well, we've enjoyed having you, so it's always a pleasure. World Billiards are welcome here, hopefully as much as possible.
And I know we have a little presentation that we would like to make to you and to your wonderful staff, to Debbie and to Nicola and to all the staff in the kitchen who've been so, so good to us. Everybody has been fed and watered beautifully. Do we have Debbie and Nicola here?
Somewhere, yeah, Debbie and Nicola.
Debbie and Nicola, please make your way up here. And we've got a beautiful flower boy, Mr. Chris Coombe, one of the directors of Wyrley. Phil, come on up here now. You've seen the ring girls at the box, and we've got Chris Coombe here. Debbie, thank you so much. Nicola, thank you so much. We love you. You're great.
There you go, ladies. Thank you so much for looking after me.
So you can have the pink ones, and Nicola can have the white ones. You can divide them up when you get back. Big round of applause, please. But no, there's one there. No, Nicola, I'm only joking you. Congratulations, Debbie, and to Nicola. As Jason Ferguson knows only too well, we really need top-class referees, and it's wonderful when referees have volunteered to come from all parts of the world to be here with us to celebrate this brilliant game. So we would like to make a presentation to our referees, some of whom have come from Hong Kong, some from Korea. First of all, Mr. Kilnam Lee. Thank you, Kilnam. Okay. Thank you, Kilnam. Next up, we have Sung Ming Park, also from Korea. Thank you. Any of you who were in Carlo last year for the match play, and hopefully you will be there again next April, will have seen her on our wonderful opening ceremony playing fantastic violin. She has promised not only to bring the violin again this year, but bring her electric violin. Jenny Choi, all the way from Korea. Thank you, Jenny. Next up, a man who says when he gets home he's going to crack open a tube of lag on the barbie, and it's Mr. Paul Cosgrove, all the way from Australia. Next up, a young man who has made the number 33 synonymous with a Dublin accent all over the world. Whenever anybody mentions his name, they all say 33. It's the darling of Dublin, not Ken Doherty, but Mr. Kevin Christie. And a man who, in Irish terms, is regarded as an absolute gentleman, and I'm proud to call him a really good friend and a man who has the height of respect in the billiard fraternity no matter where he goes in the world. He is dignified, respectful, meticulous to a detail. He has the skinniest pencil pen for notating things that you'll ever see. He is brilliant. Mr. Brendan Devlin. Brendan. Yeah. Our next referee is a man that, I don't know, every time I see his name, I just feel I need to go into a voice of a guy doing a promo for a movie. He was a man in China, in Hong Kong. He decided to come to referee in Landywood. Miramax Pictures presents, for one night only, Rocky Chan. All the way from England, Mr. Neil Dale. Neil, thank you so much. Well done, Neil. Thank you, sir. And a man who's been refereeing for more years than he cares to remember, and in fairness to him, he was struggling with a cold for the last few days. Did it stop him from being here? Not at all. He did a Trojan job. Mr. Chris Ellis. Thank you, sir. Well done, Chris. Thank you, Chris. And so to the final with our team of markers, referees and scorers. A lady who came all the way from Korea to be with us, and she was our final marker for the final, and that's, of course, Eun-Ju Park. So both of those, thank you. Thank you. So, and this is your medal for being the marker. Congratulations. I shall get this one out of the way quickly. It's one of my best friends, one of the most modest people I've ever met, the father of all of my children. The tournament controller is me. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Thank you. And so, to a man making his debut at a world final as a referee, 5 hours of intense concentration, and talking to both players during the interval, they both said how wonderfully he refereed the final. They didn't even notice he was there, in the best sense of the word, and I think that is the finest accolade you can pay to any referee. Ladies and gentlemen, delighted to say well done, a fantastic job to Stephen Harrison. Thank you, Steve. Well done. Great job. Now, we're going to present the two semi-finals, and then I'll have a word with Jason, if I may. And the first semi-finalist, a man who is one of the finest shooters that we'll find around the place, one of the most brilliant break builders, who has the most beautiful, perfect tempo around the table. You wouldn't know whether he's 1,000 points ahead or 200 points behind or whatever. And one of the things I've tried to do as a bad billiard player is to follow his discipline of, even if he's 18 inches away from a little in-off, he will give it exactly the same detail of attention on every shot. We could all learn from that. One of the nicest guys on tour, Mr. Rob Hall. Congrats, Rob. You made that. Thank you. Thank you. And more importantly than that, he arrived in with sweets every day for the referees. That's a good guy. And the other semi-finalist, and I must say I'm proud of his achievement, he's one of the hard-working members of the World Billiards Board, and it's very difficult on occasions to be able to concentrate on playing when I'm grabbing him saying, what do you think of this? Should we do this? Where's that? Did we say we do that or whatever? So to be able to put that behind him and to play really, really good billiards, I'm very proud of his achievement to make his very first ever semi-final in a World Long Up Championships, Mr. Darren Clark. Well done, Darren. Proud of you. Jason, just before we go to the presentation now of the runner-up and the winner, I'm not putting you on the spot. You've talked greatly about your love of billiards, about it being the founding father of the game. We have the oldest World Championship trophy in the history of sport. It does mean a lot to you, and you are committed to helping us as best you can.
Of course, this game is really, we owe everything to this game, because without it we wouldn't have snooker, we wouldn't have other cue sports around the world, and we certainly wouldn't have a global sport that we have today. And you know, you look around this room, every little photograph and every person you see on the wall, there is an enormous story behind it. And there's no greater story behind this sport than this game, billiards. And we love this game. That's why we're called the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association.
Thank you so much. Good words there from Jason. And on the basis of our winner today, we're going to need more money, because we'll come to him in a moment, because there were 5 prizes on offer, and he's after winning 4 of them, because we had a prize for the high break in the English Open, and then the English Open, and then we had a high prize break in this World and the World. The only thing that he appears not to have won was there was an offer from Wayne Carey in New Zealand, hello Wayne if you're watching, of £100 for anybody who got a 10 break. I'm surprised he didn't try and stitch that one up as well. Anyway, let us come to the runner-up, and a beautiful player of the game, a lovely man who smiles always, as we mentioned earlier on, had his 53rd birthday yesterday in the company of some of his friends. Some had to leave and go back to India. He didn't get a chance to play too well today, and when he got in, a couple of little missed shots cost him dearly from a man who appeared to be quite on form. But you will not meet nicer than Dhruv Sitwala, our runner-up in 2025.
Thank you, Jason, for everything.
Wonderful.
Dhruv, a few quick words on Landywood and your experience here.
First of all, speaking after you, Angus, is like, you speak so good that it's like trying to taste water after having nectar. So I'll try to match up to you, at least 50%. To begin with, thank you, Jason. We really appreciate what you do for the sport of billiards. It's the need of the hour that you have promoted the sport right from New Zealand to Canada. In fact, it's passing every continent. And that's actually what billiards should be doing, and that's what you are doing. So I'm very proud that you are promoting the sport in such a big way. And I'm sure it will come up with more prize money as it becomes more popular. And the world body, my friends Darren, Chris, Jason, who did fantastic work, and you have not only good human beings but good friends. You've always helped me at the very last minute regarding my visa papers and my immigration problems. Thank you so much for everything. And lastly, of course, it's difficult to speak about my opponent because he has dominated so much, not only today but overall in the last decade especially. It's not easy for the referee, Stephen, to do the refereeing for 5 hours when somebody's playing at such a slow pace like David. You know? It's not... Of course, he was lucky that a fast-paced person was not dominating today like me. But David, as Angus said, you know, like when I play, it's like a sailor going in the rough seas and trying to protect himself, like a very slow sailing process. And when you come, it's like a jet ski, you know. Before the opponent opens his eyes, he's already done with the work. So I can't even say it was a bad day at the office because I did not even approach the office, it seems, today. Anyway, that's your greatness, and I'm sure your family will be more proud of you with every coming year because of your achievements. And your dominance also promotes the sport in such a nice way. You're a big name back in India, whether you're aware or not, I don't know. But Everybody, you're like a household name in India because everybody sees your game and says, how can you make 1,000 points in an hour, just over an hour? Because even 1,000 break for us is like more than 2 hours, if at all we reach that break. So David, thank you so much for showing us such a great, fantastic billiards. And Paul, thank you. Giving us the venue from the Landywood Snooker Club means closing the tables means it's loss of income and business for you, but you have come forward to generously give your venue, and we have been so grateful to you. Thank you so much for supporting our sport. And I think that's all from my side, and thank you for all the spectators. If I may take the liberty to praise you all, that when everybody is sitting opposite the table and not a single movement for 5 hours, that speaks volumes of your well-preparedness as a spectator. So thank you all, and looking forward to come here again. Thank you,
so
Angus.
much.
Thanks.
What a gracious loser, runner-up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget your trophy there. Dhruv Sitwala. And just before we make the final presentation, a quick word about Sam Jones and TYP, who are our streaming experts here. We've invested money in trying to bring the small game of billiards as it is at the moment to the highest possible quality. And I think we've achieved that with our branding and with when you're able to look back on the reserve now we have of wonderful matches all on our YouTube channel. And Sam, thank you so much. A great job. Sam Jones, ladies and gentlemen, on TYP. He's out there. And so I think it's very fitting that the chairman of the WPBSA should present the trophy, and this magnificent trophy here, to a man who has dedicated the last 10 years of his life. He's been playing for 35 years, I imagine, perhaps more. But I don't know anybody who works harder than he does every single night in the run-up to major competitions. I know because I speak with him every night on the phone, and he will do 3-4 hours, 6 days a week to get himself ready. And I know sometimes, I've mentioned this before, sometimes his personality may be such that he's so focused on the task at hand that people find him maybe standoffish or quiet or not engaging socially or whatever. That's because he is focused on his goal, which was to retain or indeed to win as many trophies as he can. And as a professional, I admire that. And that dedication comes at a cost, and I know it's been tough on him, but he has done the deed. Not only that, then, he was about to win £599 for the high break, and just, as I said, to stitch it into us, he's now got £699, which he's delighted about. So his wife will be saying, look at the new dress I got to go with your trophy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to ask the chairman of the WPBSA, Mr. Jason Ferguson, to present the trophy to the 2025 world champion, and still the world champion of the world, Mr. David Causier. Get in there now. And Mr. Paul Lloyd of Landywood Snooker Club. And I'm going to get in for one in a minute. And one quick one, yep, please. Hello, Mummy. I was on the television. Thank you so much. David, a quick word from you. Thank you.
Right, thanks. I'd just like to thank all my sponsors. Obviously, everyone knows Landy Snooker Centre sponsor me. Paul, club's first class. You know, as I've told you, it's the best club in the country. Conditions are absolutely superb. If you come to a tournament like this, and you have to play well, because these tables are very unforgiving, and you've put such a fantastic set of staff together, I think you deserve a massive pat on the back for what you've done for Billiards. Thanks very much. There's a lot of people are behind me. I'll get the easy part, just turning up to a tournament. Just everyone knows who they are, who's behind me. My wife at home, she doesn't get much credit off me. I must be horrible to live with the last couple of weeks. And she's been on her own with the kids, with mother-in-law and father-in-law helping her out. And I just want to say a massive to Louise and the kids, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Well done. our champion for 2025, Mr. David Causier. Congratulations. We'll see you in Torquay for the next tournament, and don't forget a festival of billiards in April in Carlow, where we'll have the Irish Open, we'll have the World Match Play and an IBS tournament as well. But we'll see you around the world. We're looking at Canada, we're looking at Australia, we're looking at Scunthorpe, we're looking at everywhere. Just checking, no. I mentioned Torquay, yeah, absolutely. No, but please, thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what? I don't say Torquay, I said Scunthorpe as a gag. That was a joke, I was being funny.
Honestly,
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you so much from all of us here at the brilliant Landywood Snooker Club. A very good evening. Talk to you soon. Thank you. That was before, I know, that was before.